Hey guys, good morning to all of you. Before starting the session, we are going to start the session. Before starting, just comment in the chat box that my voice is audible and the presentation is visible to all of you so that we can start the session. Just comment in the chat box that my voice is audible and this PDF file is visible to you. So, good morning, sir. And today we are going to start this very unique session on important and landmarking judgments under GST. Okay. So first request is that chat box is here. You are free to raise the queries. You are free to post your comments in the chat box and the WhatsApp group if you have any query regarding the course. Okay, sir. So this is a very unique course at all. We are going to discuss on we are going to discuss on important and landmarking judgments under GST. Okay, sir. So earlier, we had already discussed on the various provisions of law. What is the implication? What is the view of departmental authority? What is the view of taxpayer and assessee? Okay. In this session, we are going to discuss how department is going to think how judgments are coming in the market on a various issues. Okay. So our focus is on judgments related to taxable value, our judgments related to taxable value, our judgments related to input tax credit, judgments related to time of supply, judgments related to place of supply. These are the main focus area of this book. Although I suppose you all get the book at your postal address, one person, most probably one or two person has not got the books due to error in the address, and we had again posted the book. So you will get the soon, you will get the book soon. Okay, so sir, I know in a day, 5 hour session is a typical job for you to sit and watch, okay, on online mode. But I tried my best to make this session as much as interesting. Okay, sir. So with that, I am going to start my discussion. So this book covers around 20101 important judgments under GST. Okay, and all these judgments are landmarking judgments. Okay, देर इज चांसेस कि कोई जजमेंट रिपीट हुआ हो या फिर सेम मैटर पे कोई जजमेंट्स हो, बट यू नीड टू टेक केयर ऑफ इट. बट judgments are really very landmarking and very important in our day-to-day practices, because when we are getting the notices, or when we are going for the departmental audit, and when we are going for the litigation, at that time we need to take the reference of various judgments, whether I am a departmental authority or I am a taxpayer or assessee. I need certain judgments, okay, for preparing the grounds. So in that particular session, we are going to discuss on the grounds, we are going to discuss on the provisions, we are going to discuss on the judgments, okay, judgments with reference of provisions. Okay, so I'm going to start my discussion. Although this book is a unique book, we had covered 201 compilation of 201 important judgments, or the technique for this session is that I am going to read each and every line, each and every word of that judgments, and we are going to try the explanation, the interpretation of that line, and the logic behind that particular judgment by the departmental authority, by the various authorities. Okay, sir. So with that, can we start the session? Or if you have any query, you are free to raise the queries in the WhatsApp group and in the chat box. Chat box is also there, and WhatsApp group is also there. Most probably, I will take the query during the session. If not possible, we are going to take the queries in our tomorrow's session, beginning of the tomorrow's session. Okay, or we are going to solve the queries on WhatsApp also. So be with me till the last of the session. Okay, so this is a whole day session. So we had covered judgments of double AR authority, triple AR authority, High Court, and Supreme Court. Okay, these are the various authorities on which we had covered the judgments. Okay, this book covered around 200 judgments. Okay, my next book is coming in next month, and in that particular book, I had covered 800 landmarking judgments under GST. Okay, in a very easy and concise way. So just for information, so double AR authority case number one. Sir, we are going to start our discussion. Case number one, double AR authority तमिलनाडु ने यहाँ पर डिसीजन दिया है. अब केस क्या था? So in that case, first we had covered the brief, and then we are going to discuss the matter, and if there is requirement of any practical example, I am going to take the practical example also, and if there is a requirement to discuss on any provision of law, in that case I am also going to discuss on that particular provision also. Okay, sir. So now briefly, in that particular case, so yes, Vivek ji, we are going to cover in our tomorrow session. And if you want discussion on a very on any specific judgment, in that case, you just need to comment the same in the WhatsApp group so that we can take that case also in our tomorrow session. Okay, sir. So now, services including services of common employee of company provided by its branch office in one state to its head office. That means branch office is providing services to the head office in another state, and vice versa. Each having separate GST registration will attract GST liability under respective act. So in that case, question is that one branch office is going to provide services to the head office, and head office is going to provide certain services to branch office. In that case, GST should be charged or not. Okay, if branch office is going to provide any services to head office, or head office is going to provide services to branch office, in that case GST should be charged. अब यहाँ पर डबल ए अथॉरिटी ने क्या डिसीजन दिया, liability of applicant from branch office as supplied apart from accounting services various technical services to head office in other state where factory is located to fulfill product design requirement of customer services including services of common employee of company provided by branch office of company in one state to its head office in another state and vice versa, each having separate GST registration will attract GST liability under the respective act. Okay, sir. So in that particular book, we had provided certain space for your notes. Okay. So at the end of judgment, you need to write the notes also. So at the time of litigation, at the time of practical implication, you just need to take the reference of that particular note. Sir, in that particular case, branch office has provided certain services to head office. So question is that GST is charged on that particular services or not. So branch office is going to provide services. So sir, we need to remember the valuation rules. Okay, valuation rules. Number 28, number 27, number 29, 30, and 31. As per the valuation rule, if distinct person, that is branch and head office, providing the services, in that case, that is treated as supply as per section 7 and valuation should be done as per rules. So is that clear? This case study is clear that if branch is going to provide any services to head office and head office is going to provide any services to branch office, in that case GST should be charged and the same is pronounced by the double AR authority Tamil Nadu. So just confirm in the chat box that our first case study is clear in your mind. Sir, first case study is clear. Branch office, head office services by branch office and head office is chargeable to GST supply as per evaluation rules. Now, second case study, uh, Fried and Gram Mill, double AR authority, Andhra Pradesh ने यहाँ पर decision दिया है. This decision is pronounced by double AR authority, Andhra Pradesh. In that particular case, what is happened? Where 1 kg packing red gram dal and secondary packaging is 50 kg bag is supplied specific buyer, that is to state civil supplier corporation by applicant assessee as per design and label given by the corporation with a prior agreement. First and foremost condition is taxability is not satisfied and therefore same does not attract GST. This is the brief case. Okay, sir, we are not getting the point. So first we are going to read the matter. Now, sir, packaging of pulses, tax liability, applicant assesses supplying a red gram dal to corporation in 1 kg packaging and secondary packaging is 50 kg packaging. That means two packaging is there, one is 1 kg and another is 20 or 50 kg. Applicant seeks advance ruling on whether supply of 1 kg packing red gram dal and secondary packaging in 50 kg back to state civil corporation as per design and label given by the corporation with a prior agreement attracts GST or not. That means and state civil corporation is there. Okay, in Andhra Pradesh and state civil corporation is there and civil corporation demands specific quantity of a particular product, that is dal, in 1 kg and in 50 kg. Okay, and state civil corporation is provided the logo and other details for designing that particular product. In that case GST should be charged or not. This is the case study. Basically this is the case study. Now what decision is pronounced by the AAR authority, so we are going to discuss on that. Sir, I can directly explain you the decision. There is no problem with that. But I just want that we are going to read the each and every line of that particular judgment so that it is very much easy for us that we are going to understand the language of law. In that case, next time जब भी आप कोई केस स्टडी पढ़ोगे, मेरी जरूरत नहीं रहेगी आपको. You can easily understand the things. Okay, sir. So Case study is clear. State Civil Corporation is going to provide the design and labeling, and the particular person applicant has to done that work and provide 1 kg and 50 kg dal. In that case, GST should be charged or not. First and foremost condition of taxability is that commodity should have been a pre-packed commodity, which means that commodity is not packed for any specific known buyer. In instant case, applicant is packing commodity at the specific instruction of the buyer. It is clear evident from the package that state civil corporation have made very clear instruction as to color, theme, transparency, details to be printed on the package. Thus, commodity is packaged for retail sale for any buyer who may purchase at a later point, but it is packaged to a specific buyer. Thus, first and foremost condition of taxability is not satisfied. Hence, there is no question of taxability of commodity in instant case in view of this discussion, as primary and secondary packaging institutional supplies nothing but therefore supply of 1 kg red dalgam and secondary package of 50 kg to Civil State Supplies Corporation as per design and label given by the with a prior agreement does not attract GST section 9 of CGST Act Andhra Pradesh ka State GST Act. That means if someone is coming to me and say that you need to do this particular work as per the design, in that case GST should not be charged, because GST is on goods and services tax. Okay, so in that particular case वो यहाँ पर क्या कर रहा था, गुड्स तो प्रोवाइड करवा रहा था, बट गुड्स विल बी ऑन स्पेसिफिक इंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर एंटिटी. सो हेयर सेक्शन 9 ऑफ सीजीएसटी एक्ट के अंदर ये लिखा हुआ है कि एज पर सेक्शन 9 of CGST Act, the particular product instruction should not be received by that particular buyer. Okay, or in that case, instruction is received by state civil corporation. So this is a governmental authority. Hence, नो जीएसटी शुड बी चार्ज. अगर यही कोई प्राइवेट पर्सन आकर के मुझे बोलता कि सर यू नीड टू प्रिपेयर दैट पर्टिकुलर प्रोडक्ट एज पर दिस डिजाइन, सो इन दैट केस आई एम गोइंग टू चार्ज द जीएसटी. बट इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस देयर इज अ गवर्नमेंटल एजेंसी एंड आई एम गोइंग टू प्रोवाइड द स्पेसिफिक प्रोडक्ट डिजाइन एज पर द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ दैट गवर्नमेंटल अथॉरिटी. In that case, as per section 9 of CGST Act, there is no chargeability of GST. GST should not be charged on that particular transaction. This is decision pronounced by the AAR authority, Andhra Pradesh. Sir, is that okay? If any civil authority, that is governmental authority, I am not using the word governmental agency because the word governmental agency is already removed from that particular notification. Governmental authority, if demands any particular design and any labeling on any product, in that case there is no taxability. Is that okay, sir? सर ईच एंड एवरी केस के साथ अगर आप ओके लिखते रहेंगे, सो दैट इट विल बी मोर कंफर्टेबल फॉर मी आल्सो. पुरानिक बिल्डर्स लिमिटेड, ट्रिपल एआर अथॉरिटी, महाराष्ट्र. सर, one more important point, when we are going to design any draft or any reply in case of departmental notices or departmental audit, so जो decision है pronounced by double AR authority and triple AR authority, they these all decisions plays a very important and relevant role. Okay, if you are going to provide the decision of High Court and Supreme Court, this is okay, that High Court ने बोला है that means final, Supreme Court ने बोला है that means final, but double AR triple AR authority ने कोई decision दिया है, वहां पर जो analysis हो रहा है उसको हम लोग हमारे किसी रिप्लाई में लगाते हैं, that will be more convenient and that will be more effective. Okay, so you need to take care of it. Yes, here is important point is governmental authority. Water connection charges, electric meter installation, deposit for meter development charges, legal fees, bill. Electricity linked with construction services are liable to same rate of GST as that construction services. Other services like clubhouse maintenance, advance maintenance, share of municipal taxes, formation and registration of organization, share money, infrastructure are independent services subject to charge GST at the rate of 18%. That means इस केस में क्या हुआ था, Builder is going to provide the construction services. Okay, in that particular case builder is going to provide the construction services. In that case उसने क्या किया, यहाँ पर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीटर प्रोवाइड किए, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कनेक्शन प्रोवाइड किया, एंड डिपॉजिट फॉर द मीटर, ही हैज आल्सो पेड द डिपॉजिट फॉर द मीटर एंड लीगल चार्जेस. So that will be included in the transaction value and that will be treated as your works contract services. बिकॉज उसके बिल्डिंग के पार्ट के अंदर ये क्या हो गई, नेसेसरी एक्टिविटी हो गई. वी कैन से दिस इज अ कॉम्पोजिट सप्लाई, वन पार्ट इज प्रिंसिपल सप्लाई, अनदर पार्ट इज अवर उसका एंसिलरी सप्लाई. सो जीएसटी शुड बी चार्ज एज पर द रेट ऑफ प्रिंसिपल सप्लाई, दैट इज वर्क्स कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सर्विसेज. द सेम डिसीजन इज प्रोवाइडेड इन दैट पर्टिकुलर ट्रिपल ए आर अथॉरिटी महाराष्ट्र. Okay, sir. So we are going to read the language also. Composite supply construction services as per sale agreement. Applicant had collected charges for electronic meter installation, water connection, share of municipal taxes, advance maintenance, clubhouse maintenance, development charges, share money, formation of society, legal fees, infrastructure charges. In addition to consideration for construction services, in addition to. Sir, word is very important. In addition to construction services. So in that case, the same should be added in the value. Whether such charges would be treated as part of consideration for construction services and entitled to same rate of GST. This is the question behind our triple AR authority Maharashtra. So in that case, Triple AR Authority Maharashtra held that charges for such services were collected separately. One of the indicator to be satisfied for determining services are bundled in ordinary course of business, that is single price or customer pays same amount was not satisfied. Construction services would not be affected if services like clubhouse maintenance, advance maintenance, share of municipal taxes, formation, registration of organizations, share money and infrastructure were not supplied. Such activity are not linked with construction services where independent supply attract 12% GST services by way of water collection, electronic meter installation, deposit, development and legal services, construction, and would be considered a naturally bundled attract GST as applicable to construction services. That means, sir, builder is going to provide the services. Okay, उसने building का construction कर दिया, he has completed the construction of building and with that particular construction he is going to provide, builder is going to provide the water charges, the electricity charges, the legal fees, the municipal taxes. So we can say without these things and building cannot be completed. Okay, we can't say that we can live in that particular building without electricity, without water and without paying the municipal charges. So these particular things should be added in the transaction value. But clubhouse maintenance fees, other maintenance fees is not required to live in that particular building or to completion of that particular building. Hence, that same should not be included in the transaction value and 18% GST should be charged on that, and on that particular 12% GST should be charged and covered under the definition of works contract services. Sir, this case is clear in your mind. This is a very important case for calculating the transaction value. How we are going to calculate the transaction value, इससे हमको ये आइडिया लगता है. In other cases, what are the necessary things which we need to take care in our mind while deciding the transaction value, and how we can decide the transaction value practically? We had already discussed under section 15 of CGST Act and various rules for valuation, but how practically we can do these things we can know from the decisions of various authorities. Sir, this decision is okay for you? नेक्स्ट जजमेंट इस डबल एआर अथॉरिटी आंध्र प्रदेश ने एपी पावर डेवलपमेंट कंपनी के केस के अंदर यहां पर डिसीजन दिया. डिसीजन हैज बीन प्रोनाउंस्ड इन केस ऑफ एपी पावर डेवलपमेंट कंपनी बाय डबल एआर अथॉरिटी आंध्र प्रदेश. सर, यू आर getting the points? What is the matter? Supply liquidated damages, heading number 9997. Classification applicant APPDCL, a special purpose vehicle entered into an agreement with Logistic Private Limited for supply of services like licensing with Messrs. MCL East Coast Railway, supervision of coal loading, transportation of raw material and other services, whether liquidated damages collected by APPDCL from Logistic Private Limited as per clause 11 of contract for non-performing of job assigned constitute as supply. सर, जब हम लोग लॉ पढ़ रहे थे ना, व्हेन वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस ऑन द वेरियस प्रोविजन, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली आज जो लोग भी सेशन को ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, दे हैड ऑलरेडी कवर्ड द लॉ पार्ट. ओके, दे हैड ऑलरेडी कवर्ड द लॉ पार्ट. एट दैट टाइम हम लोगों ने एक डिस्कशन किया था कि जब हम लोग कोई नोटिस पे का वायलेशन करते हैं, एट दैट टाइम जीएसटी शुड बी चार्ज्ड. ओके, इफ वी आर गोइंग टू violate the provisions of notice period, in that case GST should be charged. That means अगर आप किसी चीज को violate करते हो, in that case GST should be charged. So in that particular case यहाँ पर जो liquidated damages लगे, क्या उसके ऊपर GST charge होगा or not, whether GST charged on that particular liquidated damages or not. So in that case AAR authority has provided the decision as per section 7. Read with section 231, liquidated damages paid by the defaulting party to non-defaulting party for tolerating act for non-performance or breach of contract have to be treated as consideration for tolerating an act or a situation under an agreement. Therefore, said liquidated damages collected by the applicant constitutes a supply and chargeable to tax 18%. That means if I had made an agreement and I had said that I am going to explain these particular decisions in such a way that you got the particular idea that each and every decision will be very easy for you. Okay, हमने एक agreement कर दिया और अगर मैं उसको पूरा नहीं कर पाया, in that case अगर कोई चार्जेस यहाँ पर कलेक्ट करते हैं आप लोग मुझसे, in that case if you are registered, in that case GST should be charged because the same is consideration for you. Okay, liquidated damages you are going to take the consideration from me, so in that case GST should be charged on that particular supply. That means if I am talking from the common man perspective, and if I am talking from a businessman perspective, and if I am talking from a departmental authority perspective, if you are going to check the profit and loss account of the particular entity, and if there is any liquidated charges collected or any type of violation charges collected, in that case GST should be charged on that particular charges. As a departmental authority we need to check, as a chartered accountant, as a professional person, I need to check at the time of my GSTR 9 and 9C and during the income tax audit. And as a businessman you should check these things while doing the particular transactions. Okay sir, so this is a very important judgments also. If there is any non-performance, in that case GST should be charged. If there is any collection of charges on account of that non-performance of that particular activity. Okay sir, so this is also an important judgments. This case study we had already discussed. 2 or 3 case studies is repeated in this particular book. So sorry for that. Sriji Earth Movers, AAR Authority Gujarat has provided the decisions. In that particular case, AAR Authority Gujarat has provided the decision. Sir, what is the matter? So first we are going to discuss on that particular matter. Then after we are going to discuss that what is the decision provided by the particular authority. Matter: irrigation work, subcontract, classification, tax liability, heading number 9944 applicant assesses engaged in providing works contract services directly to subcontractors who execute contract with main contractor for original contract work with irrigation department. JSIW Infrastructure Private Limited received original contract from irrigation department, state of Gujarat, for construction of pumping station and supplying and laying MS pipeline and maintenance of commissioning work for 10 years. JSIW Infrastructure executed same contract with Radha Construction further. Radha Construction executed same contract with appellant. And appellant seeks advance ruling on what is the rate of tax liability application on services provided and classification of services provided by the appellant to main contractor pertaining to irrigation. GAR held that GST rate on subject supplies 18% for services supplied by subcontractor to subcontractor and supply merits. Entry heading number 9954. Sir, क्या है in that particular case? क्या हुआ था? इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस क्या हुआ था यहाँ पर? गुजरात स्टेट ने कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दिया फॉर पाइपलाइन वर्क, ओके, टू अ पर्टिकुलर JSIW contractor. Okay, this is a construction firm. Most probably we all known with that particular name, JSIW. JSIW subcontracted that particular to a particular person, and that particular person has again subcontracted that work to the appellant. In that case, अपीलेंट वांट्स दैट सर व्हाट इज द रेट ऑफ टैक्स, मुझे किस रेट से टैक्स चार्ज करना है, मुझे किस रेट से यहाँ पर बिल बनाना है, बिकॉज JSIW का अगर कोई गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी को कोई कंस्ट्रक्शन की सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करवा रहा है तो वो नोटिफिकेशन के अंतर्गत एग्जेम्पशन दैट इज कंसेशनल रेट पे टैक्स पे कर सकता है, सो द रेट ऑफ टैक्स विल बी 12%। बट हियर मैं तो इंडिविजुअल पर्सन, मेरे को गवर्नमेंट से डायरेक्ट नहीं मिला है, आई एम नॉट गेटिंग दैट पर्टिकुलर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंटल अथॉरिटी और डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ गवर्नमेंट, I am taking that, I am doing that work as a subcontractor. So in that particular case, what is the rate of GST and what is the classification? Please guide me in that particular situation. कई बार ऐसा होता है, if you are handling the construction related client, in that case you found this situation that your client has got that particular contract from a subcontractor, and that particular subcontractor has get that particular work from the original authority. So in that particular case, what will be the rate of GST and what is the classification? This is the question in this particular case study. So, sir, can we read the language of the decision? It is clear that appellant is not engaged directly as a contractor or subcontractor of main contractor by state government of Gujarat for supply of works contract pertaining to irrigation department. Further, there is no direct nexus between appellant and the governmental authority since document reveal the appellant is supplying services on the basis of work order of a subcontractor, that is Radha Construction, and not directly from the main contractor. JSIW Infrastructure Private Limited, who had originally received a contract from Irrigation Department of State Government of Gujarat. Therefore, appellant is not eligible for the concessional rate of GST at the rate of 12%. उसको यहाँ पर 18% की रेट से GST का पेमेंट करना पड़ेगा. CGST 9% and SGST 9%. Is that okay, sir? There is no concessional rate is available because there is no direct relationship of that particular subcontractor with that particular entity. In that case, GST should be charged at the rate of 18%. यही अगर यहाँ पर direct relationship होता, in that case, GST rate will be 12%. Sir, at the time of litigation, at the time of departmental scrutiny and audits, decision plays a very important role. But your grounds is also important. Although this is the decision is here, but if you have more strong ground and you are eligible to convey the departmental authority with reference to the provision of law and with reference to other judgments, in that case, this is better for you. So, मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ, I am always saying that in at the time of litigation, your grounds plays a very important role. Complete decision, complete thing is based on your grounds only. So this decision is okay for you. Now, next decision is of Delhi High Court. Sir, next decision is of Delhi High Court. So in that particular case, what is the matter? Professional services provided to overseas entity do not amount to intermediary services as assessee was directly providing such services and not facilitating and arranging such services between overseas entity and third party. Okay, just first I am going to read the matter, then we are going to read the decision. Okay, so in that particular case, this is case of intermediary services. Arranging or facilitating services intermediary means a broker, agent, or any other person who arrange and facilitate supply of goods or services or both or securities between two or more person. In instant case, petitioner provided professional and legal services to overseas entity. Refund of input tax credit was rejected on ground that such services qualify as intermediary services as it was provided on billing behalf of group companies, writ petition was filed against the appellant order confirming such original order. That means, sir, I am a chartered accountant, I am a consultant, and I am going to provide my services to a foreign entity or foreign person. That is, I am going to provide my services outside India. And if I am directly providing my services to the outside India or to that foreign entity or that foreigner, in that case, I am eligible to claim the refund. There is no issue with that if there is any accumulated input tax credit balance in my electronic credit ledger, or if I am providing the particular services with payment of IGST. I am eligible to take the refund. There is no issue with that. But in that particular case, departmental authority says that I am going to provide these services as an intermediary. So I am not eligible to claim the refund. So this is the basically this is the case. In that particular case, what is the decision is provided by the Honorable High Court. Letter issued by RBI permitting petitioner to buying and selling agent in India would not render every services provided by them as a buying and selling agent. Petitioner was providing services to overseas entity and not involved in arranging or facilitating services. Even it is assumed that petitioner has rendered services on behalf of overseas entity. Still, it would not amount as intermediary services as it had neither arranged or not facilitated supply between overseas entity and third party. Such services were not in nature of intermediary services. Writ petition allowed it और यहाँ पर decision गया in favor of assessee. That means if I am going to provide directly any services to foreign entity, in that case there is no question or there is no rejection of refund claim if there is any balance of input tax credit. So कई बार क्या होता है, डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी आपको ये बोलेगा कि Sachin Jain, as a chartered accountant, you are providing these services to foreign entity. So that means you are going to get that particular contract from a particular entity. So you are doing the work as an intermediary. In that case, I need to prove okay, that sir, I am not going to provide these services as an intermediary. I am directly providing that particular services to that foreign entity. अब कैसे प्रूव करना है, दिस इज कंप्लीटली बेस्ड ऑन अवर आर्ग्यूमेंट्स. ओके, अगर मुझे मान लो जस्ट फॉर एन एग्जाम्पल, अगर मुझे किसी एंटिटी से भी वो कनेक्शन मिला है, इन दैट केस अगर मैं प्रूफ कर दूं देयर इज नो कनेक्शन विद दैट पर्टिकुलर एंटिटी, आई एम गेटिंग दैट पर्टिकुलर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम दैट फॉरेन एंटिटी, in that particular case I am eligible to claim the refund. So basically that is what is the case. Now, refund export of services, whether services provided qualifies export of services or not. So in that particular case, invoices was raised on overseas entity and consideration in foreign exchange was received. Place of supplies outside India as service recipient entity was located outside India. Said services were considered as export of services under service tax regime and refund of ITC was granted to petitioner after disputed period. Such services were not intermediary and were export of services. Original authority was directed to process refund application. That means, sir, in that particular case, if I am going to issue the particular invoice, I am getting the particular amount in a foreign currency, okay, and my place of supply is outside India. That means I am providing my professional services to a foreigner, and I am getting the remuneration, I am getting the consideration in foreign currency. In that case, that is treated as export, and if there is export, in that case, refund should be granted. So that is what is the matter. First, intermediary services, and another point is related to refund on account of export of services directly linked to the foreign entity or foreign. So, sir, this case study is very much relevant for professionals and business persons as well. So, is this case study is okay for all of you? Sir, I need reply from all of you, and जितना जल्दी आप reply दोगे उतना जल्दी next case study and maximum case studies we can cover. हाँ, पॉइंट्स आपको समझ में भी आने चाहिए. These 2 days case study since 1st July 2017, number of cases are there. Okay, मैं उसको कंपाइल नहीं कर सकता हूं. It is not possible for me and not possible for anyone. We can do one thing. We can analyze the maximum case studies on the basis of their importance. और जब आप वो काम कर लोगे in that particular case, आपके पास में कोई भी केस स्टडी आएगा, you can easily, अब क्या होगा, ऑल द अदर केस स्टडीज, मैंने जो केस स्टडी यहाँ पर निकाली है इस इससे मिलती जुलती सिमिलर टाइप ऑफ केस स्टडीज आर देयर. ओके, सो आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू कवर दैट पर्टिकुलर केस स्टडी, बिकॉज एक पॉइंट अगर हमारे माइंड में क्लियर हो गया, इंटरमीडिएटरी एक्सपोर्ट रिफंड, ओके, कंस्ट्रक्शन सर्विसेज, इन दैट केस उससे रिलेटेड कोई भी मैटर आएगा, वी हैव रेफरेंस, वी कैन रीड द केस स्टडी, वी कैन आर्ग्यू विद द डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी. सो दैट इज व्हाट इज द पॉइंट. In that particular case, as a chartered accountant, I am going to provide my services to the foreign entity or foreigner, and I am getting that particular. Suppose in that case, the appellant has proved that I am not getting that particular contract from anyone. As a chartered accountant, I am going to provide my services to foreign entity and foreigner. Okay, that means I am going to provide these services to outside India. In that particular case, departmental authority says that Mr. Sachin Jain, you are getting these type of connection from any Indian entity. Okay, and on behalf of that entity, you are going to provide that services to outside India. That means you are going to do the things as an intermediary. In that case, you are not eligible for refund. So in that particular case, the appellant has argued that, sir, there is no connection with Indian entity. I am going to provide these services to foreign entity directly. There is no relationship with any Indian entity. I am just going to provide the services to foreign entity directly. And I am getting the amount in a foreign currency, and my place of supply is outside India because the recipient is in outside India. Hence, this should be covered under export and refund should be granted. That is what is the case. Okay, sir. And the decision is pronounced by Delhi High Court. Very important and very relevant judgment in case of intermediary services. Similar case study, similar situation, sir. We need to develop the analytical skills. In this particular course, we are doing nothing. We are just doing the development of the analytical skills. ओके, सो ऐसे ऐसे कई सारी सिचुएशन हमको हमारे माइंड में सोचनी है, और व्हेन वी आर गोइंग टू थिंक ऑन दोस सिचुएशंस, in that case we need to find out the similar case study, and we need to find out that what we can do in that particular case study. You can also discuss that case study with me. जस्ट इससे रिलेटेड आप कुछ केस स्टडी सोच सकते हैं, या फिर किसी भी केस स्टडी से रिलेटेड आपको सिचुएशन सोचनी है, ऐसा होता है तो उसका क्या इम्प्लीकेशन होगा, यू कैन ऑल्सो डिस्कस विद मी, सो दैट इट विल बी मोर बेनिफिशियल फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस. ओके, ना केस नंबर 8, अजय कुमार जिंदल, डिसीजन इज प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट. सर, व्हाट इज द मैटर? दिस इज द ब्रीफ, एंड ब्रीफ के अंदर आपको क्या मिलेगा? ब्रीफ के अंदर मैटर इज ऑल्सो इन्वॉल्व एंड द कंक्लूजन इज ऑल्सो इन्वॉल्व. बट व्हेन वी आर गोइंग टू read that particular case study, then first you need to read the matter, then held, and then after, next time when you are going to read that particular case study, you just need to read the brief, you got the points. Okay, so we design the book accordingly. So matter. Yes, there is no issue with that. I am going to provide my services to Indian entity also, and directly I am going to provide the foreign entity that particular services. In that case, also that should not be classified as intermediary services. Sir, intermediary services means there is one entity in Bangalore, suppose XYZ Limited. Okay, and XYZ Limited has certain connection with the foreign entity. In that case, XYZ Limited has come with me and said that, Mr. Sachin Jain, you need to provide that particular consultancy to that particular foreign entity. Okay, in that case, departmental authority can say that I am doing the work as an intermediate. But in that particular case, I am directly providing my services to outside India. I am getting the remuneration, I am getting the consideration in foreign currency, and my place of supply is outside India, hence refund should be provided and export should be treated in that particular case. मान लो सपोज अगर मुझे वो कनेक्शन इंडियन एंटिटी से ही मिला है, उसको डिजाइन किया जा सकता है. Okay, I'm not talking about the tax evasion. I'm just talking about the planning part, and I'm just talking about the analytical part. Okay, so this will happen in practical cases. Okay, sir. Vivek ji, is that okay for you? Now, registration. Cancellation of petitioner registration was cancelled on the ground that the petitioner was not existent at its place of business. Petitioner claimed that it had transferred its sole proprietorship business and continued under same name in the partnership with another individual with effect from 21/7/2021 31st July 2021, and it obtained fresh registration with the principal place of business. Sir, before discussing on that case study, I just want to share certain information with you that from 16th May, this news is there. From 16th May, departmental authority is going to physically verify your business premises. Okay, so for that purposes, as a small taxpayer or as a small businessman or as a medium businessman, we need to ready with certain things. This is just for information purposes. Your registration should be in front of your business premises. You should ready the registration document with you. You should suggest your clients also. कई बार क्या होता है? I am just sharing the practical experience. I am just sharing the practical situation. On 1st July 2017, when I need to take the registration under GST, I had made the rent agreement. And the timeline of that particular rent agreement is for 11 months. There is no renewal of that particular rent agreement. In that particular case, when departmental authority will come to the business premises, they are going to demand the rent agreement for you. और अगर वो 11 महीने पूरा ना हुआ तो वो बोलेंगे कि आपका तो टाइमलाइन चला गया. They are going to impose penalty on you. 25/25 under CGST, under SGST. So we need to be very much careful for that, sir. If there is any additional place of business, you should add the same in your GSTN portal. Also, GST certificate should be placed in front of that business premises. Your registration certificate should be ready. Your registration documents on that particular behalf you are going to take the registration. The copy of those documents should be with you at your business premises. Also, one more important information, the last 3 month return should be ready and your books of account should be in a proper way. Okay, in hard copy or in soft copy, your books of account should be in a proper way. This is the important information, so we need to ready with that. Also, from 1st of August, invoicing will be applicable if your turnover exceeds 5 crore rupees. So invoicing will also be applicable. Okay, sir. So दिस इज जस्ट फॉर इंफॉर्मेशन पर्पसेस. नाउ इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस यहां पर हुआ क्या? जो एप्लीकेंट है उसने क्या किया? बिजनेस प्रेमाइसिस है और उसके बिजनेस प्रेमाइसिस पे अ, वो नहीं था. जब उससे आर्ग्यू किया गया तो उसने बोला कि मैं सॉल प्रोप्राइटरशिप में काम नहीं कर रहा हूं. आई एम गोइंग टू बिकम अ पार्टनर इन अ पार्टनरशिप फॉर्म विद इफेक्ट फ्रॉम 31st July 2021, एंड आई हैड टेकन द फ्रेश रजिस्ट्रेशन with a new principal place of business. In that case, Honorable High Court ने क्या बोला? Petitioner has not filed requisite return for transfer of stock because if suppose I have a proprietorship firm and I am going to form a new partnership firm. In that case, if I want to transfer the input tax credit from my proprietorship firm, in that case I need to file certain form. We had already discussed ITC 02. Okay, sir. So in that case, Capital Goods and had also not filed requisite information disclosing transfer of business to firm. Thus, it was assumed that the petitioner was not existent. Material on record indicates that petitioner was carrying on its business from its principal place of business in Delhi and had shifted it to Haryana. Since there was no allegation that petitioner has obtained its registration by means of fraud, willful misstatement, registration could not be cancelled from the date he had obtained the same. Therefore, order cancelling petitioner registration was to be set aside. Sir, this is a very important and very relevant judgments in our practical cases. जब मैं आपको इसको केस को समझाऊंगा ना, इन दैट केस यू गॉट द पॉइंट दैट द रिलेवेंस ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर केस स्टडी. सर, इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस स्टडी, सपोज आज सारी सिचुएशन मैं खुद पे ही ले लेता हूँ. आई एम अ प्रोपराइटर. ओके, and my business. मैंने इस बिजनेस को यहाँ पर डिसकंटिन्यू कर दिया. आई डिसकंटिन्यू दैट पर्टिकुलर बिजनेस, बट under GST I had not filed any form. Okay, not for cancellation of registration, not for transferring the input tax credit. I had not filed a single form, and I had formed one partnership form. Okay, I had formed one partnership form, and I am a partner in that particular form, and I had transferred complete stock in that particular partnership form, but I had not intimated the same on GST and Common Code through filing the form ITC 02. सो इन दैट केस डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी ने बोला कि आपने ITC 02 फाइल नहीं किया, सो आपकी यहाँ पर जो भी इनपुट आपने क्लेम की है ऑन द बेसिस ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ योर इनपुट एंड कैपिटल गुड्स, दैट शुड बी रिवर्स्ड इन योर पार्टनरशिप फॉर्म. ओके, दैट शुड बी रिवर्स्ड बिकॉज यू आर नॉट एलिजिबल, यू हैड नॉट फाइल्ड द फॉर्म. तो उसने यहाँ पर आर्ग्यूमेंट किए कि सर आई हैड नॉट at that particular time I had tried to file that particular form, but there was technical glitches, and he had the supporting of that technical glitches. On that behalf दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट ने यहाँ पर डिसीजन दिया कि उसने यहाँ पर नहीं भी फाइल किया है ITC 02, तो भी उसकी इनपुट उसकी पार्टनरशिप फॉर्म में जाएगी, और उसने ये वाला प्रूफ कर दिया. सर, सो दिस इज कंप्लीटली बेस्ड ऑन योर आर्ग्यूमेंट्स. आप उस टाइम पे आर्ग्यूमेंट कैसे करते हैं, एंड हाउ यू आर गोइंग टू एक्सप्लेन द थिंग टू द डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी, दैट विल completely very important for the judgments. So in that particular case proprietorship form उसकी है, proprietorship form से ITC यहाँ पर ट्रांसफर हुआ है to partnership form, and in that particular case there is no filing of any form, any required form, although High Court has High Court has pronounced the decision that input should be allowed in that particular partnership form. Now, refund. ITC petitioner claims that it had transferred its sole proprietorship from business and continued under the same name in partnership with another individual with effect from 31st 7 2021, and obtained fresh registration with a new principal place of business. Petitioner's application for refund of ITC was rejected on the ground that petitioner has not filed a requisite return of transfer of stock and capital goods upon. Failure to file said return may invite necessary consequences under GST Act, but petitioner claim of ITC on account of inverted duty structure could not be denied solely on the ground. Therefore, order rejecting refund ITC was to set aside, and respondent should reconsider petitioner's application for refund. In that particular case, I have a proprietorship firm. I transfer the particular stock in that partnership firm, or in that partnership firm I am going to apply for the refund application. उस समय डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी बोलेगी आपके पास में स्टॉक कहाँ से आया, because when they are going to pass the refund application, they are going to check the documents, that is GSTR 2A, 2B, and Annexure B, and all the required documents. We had already discussed on that particular in our law related classes. Okay, so इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस उन्होंने देखा कि यार यहाँ पर तो 2A में तो ये इनपुट नहीं आई है, बट स्टॉक इज देयर एंड इज गोइंग टू क्लेम द रिफंड. सो इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस उन्होंने बोला कि सर आप क्लेम करने जा रहे हो, सो वेयर इज द फॉर्म ITC 02 एंड ऑल दैट ऑन ऑल दैट पर्टिकुलर बिहाफ. उन्होंने यहाँ पर उसका रिफंड जो है रिजेक्ट कर दिया, बट यहाँ पर ऑनेबल दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने डिसीजन दिया कि उसने फॉर्म फाइल नहीं किया, फिर भी देयर इज अ implication of inverted duty structure, so in that particular case refund should be granted. So this is a very important case study. Delhi High Court का decision है. This is very much relevant for us in our practical cases, in our day-to-day that is practice life, or in our day-to-day litigations. Okay, sir. So now, can we take the next point? मोनालिसा कोऑपरेटिव हाउसिंग सोसाइटी लिमिटेड ट्रिपल AR अथॉरिटी महाराष्ट्र का जजमेंट है. द सेम इज प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय द ट्रिपल AR अथॉरिटी महाराष्ट्र. कंसिडरेशन यहाँ पर है. एपिलेंट सबमिट्स दैट चार्जेस कलेक्टेड फ्रॉम इट्स ऑनगोइंग मेंबर इज ग्रेटिट्यूड्स पेमेंट बाय हाउसिंग सोसाइटी एंड द सेम इज नॉट लायबल फॉर GST. I am a member of any club. Okay, and I am going to remove from that particular club and I am going to provide certain amount, because अब मैं उस क्लब को छोड़ रहा हूं तो मैंने वहां पे 20-50,000 रुपीज के इतने साल तक मैं आपके साथ रहा, इतना सपोर्ट रहा, ऑल दैट I got that particular type of networking from you and all that, and I got that particular respect from your group. So I am going to provide 50,000 rupees to you. So GST should be chargeable on that particular amount or not? हम लोगों ने वहां पर डिस्कस किया था, क्लब सोसाइटी को अगर आप कोई अमाउंट देते हो, इन दैट केस जीएसटी शुड बी चार्ज। बट यहाँ पर वो बंदा उस क्लब को छोड़ करके जा रहा है, एट द टाइम ऑफ रिमूवल ही इज गोइंग टू पे सर्टेन अमाउंट। सो इन दैट केस AAA authority held that appellant is collecting funds from its ongoing members and the same will be utilized once the appellant finalized bids received for repair to be carried out, and any amount collected for repair agreed to be supplied in the near future is an advance and is to tax at the time of receipt of such amount from its members. Appellant society has received amount from its ongoing member inclusive of GST and entered the same in the books of account. Considering the model bylaws of the cooperative housing society, appellant cannot recover any additional amount from its members. Contribution by the ongoing member is nothing but advance paid to the society for services carried out for the members and therefore taxable. In that particular case, if I am going to provide that particular amount to that particular society, इन दैट केस वो यहाँ पर ये कैलकुलेट कर रहा है, डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी ने चेक किया कि आर्ग्यूमेंट किया गया यहाँ पर सोसाइटी की तरफ से कि ये वाला अमाउंट हम सर्विसेज में काम में लेंगे। ओके, रिपेयर की सर्विसेज या व्हाटएवर विल बी द मेंटेनेंस सर्विसेज के अंदर वी आर गोइंग टू यूज दैट पर्टिकुलर अमाउंट। तो यहाँ पर डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी ने, दैट इज ट्रिपल ए अथॉरिटी ने आर्ग्यू किया कि सर यू आर गोइंग टू यूज दैट पर्टिकुलर अमाउंट इन फ्यूचर, that means you are getting that particular amount as a advance. So on advance on account of services, GST should be charged. Okay sir, so in that particular case GST should be charged because जब आप repair करवाओगे at that time you are getting the input tax credit and you are going to take the advances on that account in that particular situation. So in that case GST should be charged. Okay sir, so if there is any ongoing member from any society and he is going to contribute a particular amount, in that case GST should be charged. Now LCS Logistic Private Limited वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया कोलकाता हाईकोर्ट का यहाँ पर डिसीजन है। Since in a CIF contract, Indian importer is liable to pay IGST on composite supply comprising of supply of goods and supply of services of transportation, insurance, etc. A separate levy on Indian importer for supply of services by shipping line should be a violation of Section 8 of CGST Act. एक बार वापस रीड आउट करते हैं बिकॉज इंपॉर्टेंट डिसीजन है। Since in a CIF contract, Indian importer is liable to pay, because if I am going to import anything, I need to pay the tax on reverse charge basis. IGST on composite supply comprising of supply of goods and supply of services of transportation, insurance, etc. A separate levy on Indian importer for supply of services by shipping line would be in violation of Section 8 of CGST Act. That means I had imported certain goods, import certain goods, okay, and on that particular goods, I am going to pay the tax under reverse charge mechanism, and I am going to claim the input tax credit. But on the transportation charges, they are charging the GST. They are saying that you should pay the amount on reverse charge basis on that particular transportation charges also. On that particular transportation charges, transporter agency has already paid the tax. So, is that dual taxation and violation of Section 8 of CGST Act? So GST should be charged or not? This is the question, and the decision is provided by Honorable Calcutta High Court in that particular case that Freight CIF contract of import tax liability. In a CIF contract, Indian importer was liable to pay IGST on composite supply comprising of supply of goods and supply of services of transportation, insurance, etc. Hence, a separate levy for supply of services by shipping line would be violation of Section 8 of CGST Act. Section 8 of CGST Act. Hence, in that particular case, Kolkata High Court ने यहाँ पर डिसीजन दिया कि यहाँ पर GST should be charged only on the part of goods under reverse charge mechanism, not on services, because the tax is already paid on that particular thing. So this is also in a landmarking judgments for the importers. If you are an importer and you are going to import certain things from outside India, in that case, when you are going to pay the tax on reverse charge basis, in that particular case, you just need to check that the transportation charges and other charges. If the counterparty has already paid the taxes on that particular charges, in that case, there is no requirement to pay taxes on that particular case. You just need to pay the tax on the transportation on the goods part only under reverse charge mechanism and claim the input tax credit. That is what is the case which is pronounced by the Calcutta High Court in case of LCL Logistic India Private Limited. Sir, is that okay? Sir, we had covered around 10 case studies, 10 important case studies under GST landmarking judgments from uh, each and every point of view. Sir, all these 10 case studies are clear in your mind. My target is to just improve your analytical skills. So everything is okay for you. You are getting my points and everything is fine for you. Just I need reply from each and everyone. I hope these case studies and this 2 day session is very helpful for your day-to-day business and day-to-day practice life. And so, sir, I am waiting for your replies. आप देख रहे होंगे मेरी नजरें केवल आपके कमेंट्स पर ही है. So, if you are going to provide the reply, it will be more comfortable for me that I am on a right way. जब भी सेशन लेते हैं आपके सैटरडे संडे तो वैसे ही चले जाते हैं. Monday to Friday you are going to work in offices and Saturday Sunday you are going to read with me. Okay, so thanks to all of you for such a nice support. Next case study number 11. Sir, DL Support Services India, सपोर्ट से आ गया डीएल सपोर्ट सर्विसेज इंडिया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड वर्सेस एडिशनल कमिश्नर सीजीएसटी अपील सेकंड. दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट का डिसीजन है. द डिसीजन इज प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट, where assessee was not given an opportunity of having his case when authorities held that it was not entitled to refund and it was an intermediary imposed order passed in violation of principle of natural justice was to be read. So similar provision related to our intermediary services. Sir, what is the matter? Refund of IGST, denial of natural justice, assessee involved in export of services sought a refund of 13,10,500 and paid on export of services. Assessee application was accepted. Later on, adjudicating authority denied refund of integrated tax on the ground that assessee and service recipient were not distinct person. Assessee and the service recipient is not the distinct person, notwithstanding that ground on which the adjudicating authority rejected assessee claim for refund was found to be untenable. Appellant authority proceeded to deny refund on an absolutely new ground that assessee was an intermediary under section 2 subsection 13 of IGST Act. Therefore, services rendered by petition did not qualify to be considered as export of services. Sir, the same case study, a similar case study which we had discussed earlier. In that particular case, if I am going to provide my services and I am going to provide my services to outside India, in that case, if there is any accumulation of input tax credit in my ECL and if I am going for refund to the departmental authority, in that particular case departmental authority उनका first check करने का point यही होगा. They are going to first check that you are doing this activity as an intermediary services or intermediary or not, and if you are going to do the same as an intermediary, in that case you are not eligible for refund. So in that particular case you need to prove that sir, we are not intermediary, we are going to provide the services as a direct. Okay, we had already discussed on that section 14 of IGST Act, online information data access and retrieval services, OIDAR services. Okay sir, so now In that particular case, what is decision pronounced by the High Court? Assessee was not given an opportunity to meet case when it was held that it was not entitled to refund and it was an intermediary. Impugned order was passed in violation of principle of natural justice. Impugned order was to be remanded to appellant authority to decide petitioner's appeal afresh and including question as to whether appellant authority has jurisdiction to set up a new case against assessee which was not a subject matter of either so cause notice and inquiry before adjudicating authority. So, sir, कई बार क्या होता है यहाँ पर हालांकि इस पर्टिकुलर जजमेंट्स के अंदर कोई क्लियर कट डिसीजन नहीं आया है देयर इज नो क्लियर डिसीजन इन दैट पर्टिकुलर जजमेंट बट recently honorable finance minister has also announced that if you got any notices from any department without DIN, if there is no DIN is available on that particular notice, there is no requirement to provide any reply on that particular notice. If you are getting the notices from a particular officer who is not your jurisdictional commissioner, in that case jurisdictional officer, in that case there is also no requirement to provide the any reply. So in that particular case also the decision is pronounced. Delhi High Court said that जो ये intermediary वाला जिस jurisdictional officer ने claim किया है that particular jurisdictional officer के तो jurisdiction में ही वो case नहीं आता है. In that particular case, how he can decide that the particular services is intermediary services or not, or that particular person is allowed for refund or not. So in that particular case, यहाँ पर हाई कोर्ट ने ये वाला डिसीजन दिया कि यहाँ पर इस पर्टिकुलर केस के अंदर जिस बंदे को जुडिक्शनल अथॉरिटी है, the jurisdictional officer has the power to decide that the particular services is intermediary services or not, and the opportunity of being heard should be provided to that particular person, and so cause notice has to be issued to that particular person by the particular departmental authority, that is the jurisdictional authority. So in that particular case, Delhi High Court has pronounced that in that case the particular decision is not provided by the jurisdictional officer. So decision should be provided by the jurisdictional officer. That is what is the case study. So इस case study का conclusion ये है कि when we are going to getting the notices, in that case first we need to check that the notice is by the proper authority, notice is properly serially numbered, there is a DIN available on that particular notice. So these are the important things which we need to be take care in our mind. Okay, sir. So this is also in a case study which is very much important for us. Now, case number 12, RA Enterprises. One important call is there. I just need a break for 1 minute. Yes, sir. So the next case study number 12. आर्य एंटरप्राइजेस वर्सेस डिप्यूटी कमिश्नर मद्रास हाईकोर्ट ने यहाँ पर डिसीजन दिया है. दिस डिसीजन इज प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय द ऑनरेबल मद्रास हाईकोर्ट. Sir, matter is that cancellation of registration, violation of principle of natural justice, petitioner contended that show cause notice was issued for non-filing of returns for 6 months for which registration was cancelled. So here, departmental authority has cancelled the registration because the applicant, the taxpayer has not filed the return continuously for 6 months. Okay, so in that case, departmental authority has got cancel the registration. In that particular case, departmental honorable high court has provided the decision that the judgment in TVL Sugna Cut Pieces Center versus Appellant Deputy Commissioner case was applicable, wherein it was held that no useful purpose would be served by not allowing petitioner to revive his registration and integrate them back into the mainstream. Petitioner deserves a chance and therefore should be allowed to revive the registration so that they can proceed to regularize defaults. Petitioner shall file the return for the period prior to the cancellation. Input tax credit earned shall be allowed to be utilized after scrutiny by the authorities, and authorities shall take suitable step to make changes in GST portal to allow petitioner to file his return and pay the taxes and penalty. Sir, in maximum time, the client is come to us and said that, sir, my registration got cancelled due to non-filing of returns. And when we are going to the departmental authority says, sir, the taxpayer has not filed the return continuously for 6 months. Hence, we had cancel the registration and we are not going to revoke the same. At that particular time, we need to take the reference of this decision, that is RA Enterprises versus Deputy Commissioner in case of Madras High Court, and also TVL Sugna Cut Pieces Center versus Appellant Authority decision. These decisions are landmarking in that particular case, and with reference of these particular judgments, we can argue with the departmental authority that you should provide us the opportunity to file the return. You should make necessary changes on the GST and portal. You should give the opportunity to us for filing the returns. Okay, sir. So this decision is also relevant from cancellation of registration point of view. Sir, this is my suggestion. Although in the next release of my book regarding the important judgments under GST, we had planned that we are going to provide the judgments topic wise. That is cancellation of registration, taxable value, point of supply, taxation, taxable value. But in that particular book, you just need to do one thing. Uh, Mark important things, that this decision is related to cancellation of registration, this decision is related to taxable value, this decision is related to that particular thing. Okay, sir. So this is an important part of this. We need to be careful for that, and this is the important judgments for cancellation of registration. Now, next case study, जिसमें the double R authority Karnataka has provided the decision. Sir, what is the matter? Question is that about recipient entitlement of input tax credit and not related to supply of applicant is beyond jurisdictional of advance ruling authority. Sir, what is the matter? Finance service transfer of business division heading number 9971 classification. Transfer and sale of one applicant independent drilling staffing business division as whole with all assets and liabilities on ongoing basis. Consideration received in multiple stages with performance guarantee and sharing revenue. Assessee intended to sell staffing business in course of his business. So in that case, question is that can input tax credit is allowed or not if I am going to sell my business as a going concern. Okay, we had already discussed the same at the time of our discussion on Schedule 1 of CGST Act. At that particular time, जब मैं अपना business, when I am going to sell my business as a going concern, in that case GST should be charged. So in that case, question is that input tax credit is allowed or not. So in that particular case, transaction is supply of goods and supply of services in both hands. First limb of section 7(1)(a) is fulfilled as sale is for consideration and in the course or furtherance of business. Second and third limbs of section 1(a) are also fulfilled. Hence, transaction is supply in terms of section 7. Because I am going to transfer my business as a going concern for a consideration and business is going to run by other party. As staffing of business is not movable property, it is supply of service in term of section 71A and not goods. Time of supply has to be determined in term of section 13 of CGST Act. Sir, we had already discussed on that. As assessee and recipient of supply are not related and price is sole consideration in terms of section 15 subsection 1, value of supply shall be the price actually paid and payable as the transaction in financial services covered under the SAC code, and the GST rate will be 18%. Now, sir, can I briefly explain the things? We had already covered the language of law. I just want to briefly explain the thing. Suppose I have a business XYZ. Okay, and I am going to transfer my business to ABC. Okay, as a going concern, I am going to transfer the business. Okay, for a consideration, and these party are not related, and price is the sole consideration because I am getting the consideration also. In that case, ABC Limited is eligible to claim the input tax credit because I am going to transfer the business. So ABC is eligible to claim the refund. Okay. Now, claim the input tax credit. Now, question is that the staff of XYZ Limited is also going to move to that particular new entity. In that particular case, GST should be charged or not? Yes, GST should be charged because यहाँ पर कोई remuneration पे GST नहीं लगा रहे हैं, हम staff यहाँ से transfer कर रहे हैं नई entity में. We are going to transfer the staff, and for that transfer fees we are going to charge something. So on that particular case, GST should be charged. And what will be the value? So in that particular case, buyer and supplier is not the related person and price is sole consideration. Hence, the transaction value as per section 15 subsection 1, the transaction value will be the value of supply. Okay, and time of supply as per section 13 of CGST Act, we need to decide the time of supply. That is what is the question before the AAR authority, and AAR authority provided the answer in that particular case. AAR authority pronounced the judgment in that particular case. Okay, sir. So this case study is related to our transfer of business as a going concern. If someone is going to transfer the business as going concern to a unrelated person and he is going to charge the consideration, in that case value should be decided as transaction value as per section 15 subsection 1. Is that okay, sir? Double AR authority Karnataka has provided the decision. Sir, this case study we had already covered. This is also repetitive case studies. In this complete book, 2 case studies are repeated. Okay. So please not consider the same. Now, case study number 15 is also repeat RA Enterprises versus Deputy Commissioner. We had already covered the same regarding cancellation of registration. Now, आदर्श टोबैको कंपनी वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ यूपी हाई कोर्ट ऑफ इलाहाबाद ने यहां पर डिसीजन दिया है. दिस डिसीजन इज प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय द ऑनरेबल इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट. So basically what is the case? Seizure, release of seized goods. Goods seized by the department included within the definition of tobacco and therefore would fall within the definition of perishable goods, and its release would be regulated by section subsection 8 of section 67. Assessee contention that release would be dealt with in accordance with the section 67(6) not acceptable determination of goods being perishable and non-perishable would be in accordance with applicable rules and notification, not upon any fortuitous circumstances whether goods had been actually sold within 40 days or not. Goods which are treated to be perishable under rules and notification would not be converted into non-perishable goods only because authority have not acted in the terms of rule 141(2). Assessee having not complied with the requirement of release of seized goods, that is perishable goods, not entitled to any direction for release of such cheap goods. That means in that particular case, raw tobacco, there is one product called raw tobacco. Raw tobacco is there. Okay, and raw tobacco is a perishable goods because if you are not going to convert the same, because उसके अंदर कुछ ऐसा कुछ chemicalize होता है, वो the particular product is chemicalized product. अगर उसमें वो chemical का mixture नहीं हो, in that particular case वो जो goods है वो 10 to 15 days के अंदर वहां पर destroy हो जाएगा. In that particular case, यहाँ पर रॉ टोबैको है इन बिटवीन द ट्रांजिट. Departmental authority has seized that particular goods. Okay, and departmental authority said that there is no e-way bill and all, there is no invoice and all that. Okay, although soft copy mein all the things are available, but that particular documents are not with the that particular transporter. In that case, यहाँ पर departmental authority has seized that particular goods, but and they said that the particular that the goods is non-perishable in nature. Okay, as per the GST, these goods is not non-perishable nature, or this goods is on non-perishable nature. Hence, we are not going to release the same. You just need to pay the 100% of tax as a penalty first. In that case, यहाँ पर assessee ने एक condition रखा कि sir, this is a perishable goods, and if we are not going to if you are not going to release that goods in time on time, in that case, that particular goods is destroyed. सो यहाँ पर डिसीजन दिया गया कि अगर गुड्स पेरिशेबल इन नेचर है, एज पर द नेचर ऑफ दैट गुड्स, इन दैट केस दैट शुड बी रिलीज्ड. ओके, दैट शुड बी रिलीज्ड. ओके, और आपको जो भी कार्यवाही करनी है, यू वांट टू डू द प्रोसीडिंग, यू नीड टू डू द प्रोसीडिंग्स इन लेटर केस, but first you need to release that goods, because the goods is in perishable nature and you are not going to release the goods. In that case, that completely loss for that particular entity. So we need to take care of this case study of Honorable Allahabad High Court. This is a very important case study. In case if there is any perishable goods is there and the perishable goods is seized by the departmental authority, in that case we can take reference of this case study, this judgment of Honorable Allahabad High Court in case of Others Tobacco Company versus State of UP. Okay, that the particular goods is perishable in nature, so you need to release the goods, and the further proceeding we are going to tell. If I am going to I am planning for go to appeal, in that case I can pay the requisite fees and I will file the appeal, but now without penalty you need to release the goods, because the goods in nature of perishable. Is that okay, sir? This case study is very much relevant. Now, R.K. Goyal Steels Private Limited versus Principal Commissioner of Central Tax. In that case, recovery, interest, late payment charges, petitioner assessee was unable to file its GST return on account of technical glitches. Court had noted assessee difficulty and had passed an interim order dated 9/10/2019 directing that no step to be taken against assessee on account of not being able to file its return due to reason stated in the said order. Assessee stated that although returns had been filed, assessee was aggrieved by demand of interest and late payment fees made by respondent department through communication dated 22/2/2023. Sir, what is the decision in that particular case? First, I am going to read the decision, then I am going to provide the analysis of this case study. Communicated, that is 22/2/2023, be considered as a notice for engaging in the consultation prior to issuance of so cause notice. Assessee would be afforded opportunity of hearing on question whether any interest or late fees charges as mentioned in the communication, that is 22nd Feb 2023, were payable by it. In event department considered that there was any delay on part of assessee after technical glitches had been resolved, it would be open for department to issue a so cause notice for recovery of any amount of interest and other charges payable by assessee in accordance with law. Sir, I am always saying you should take a consideration of the technical glitches related to 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20. Although in this session, particular departmental authorities are also going to watch that particular session. Okay. So this is also useful for that also. Okay. So in that particular case, due to technical glitches, I am not able to file my GST return due to technical glitches, and I have the proof for that. So in that particular case, decision is provided that if due to technical glitches you are not going to file the return, in that case there is no late fees, no penalty, no interest. Okay, suppose you had given that particular intimation to the departmental authority. This is my suggestion to you. If there is any technical glitches, first write one letter and mail to your jurisdictional commissioner, jurisdictional authority. Okay, so that it will be full proof. अगर वो टेक्निकल ग्लिचेस है, सपोज टेक्निकल ग्लिचेस इज फॉर 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 days or 5 days, in that case we are not going to do any litigation because we are going to pay the late fees and interest also. There is no issue with that. But the technical glitches is for huge amount of days. or suppose there is not I am just going to take the analysis of this case study in our present scenario. Suppose there is not reflection of any input in our GSTR to be written for a particular month, and we are going to claim the input tax credit without reflecting, although counterparty has filed the return and he has shared the screenshot of the filed return on 10th of Feb or 10th of March of next month. In that particular case, we can say that due to technical glitches, the input is not reflected, and in that particular case, due to technical glitches, taxpayer has not filed the return. So in that case, उसने यहाँ पर रिटर्न फाइल नहीं किया ड्यू टू टेक्निकल ग्लिचेस एंड ही हैज द सफिशिएंट प्रूफ, सो द डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी सेड that sir, you can file the return without any late fees, we are going to open the GST portal. और जब उन्होंने ओपन कर दिया, ऑर्डर पास कर दिया, उसके बाद में अगर आप डिले करते हो, इन दैट केस डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी इज गोइंग टू चार्ज द इंटरेस्ट, लेट फीस एंड penalty. But during the period of technical glitches, there is no penalty, no interest as per the decision provided in the case of RK Goel Steels Private Limited versus Principal Commissioner of Central Tax. This is also in a relevant case study. Next, Punjab and Haryana High Court. Decision is provided by the Punjab and Haryana High Court. सर बोरिंग तो नहीं हो रहा है ना? सेशन इज इंटरेस्टिंग ऑल्सो. वी आर गोइंग टू कवर द प्रैक्टिकल सिचुएशंस, ओके, एंड ऑल्सो द प्रोविजन ऑफ लॉ. सो आई सपोज दैट सेशन इज इंटरेस्टिंग एट ऑल. ना, बिकॉज हमारे पास में कई सारी सिचुएशन है, हर केस स्टडी में देयर इज एन डिफरेंट सिचुएशन इज हियर. मैटर input tax credit, blocking credit. Respondent revenue had blocked ITC of petitioner as on 28 1st 2020 due to difference found in GSTR 3B and GSTR 2A for period of July 2019 to September 2019. A writ petition was filed seeking to unblock the said credit ledger. Because if there is any difference between your GSTR 3B and GSTR 2A, in that case, department has the power to block the input tax credit. In that particular case, what is the decision pronounced by the Punjab and Haryana High Court? Let's see. As per guidelines of powers under Rule 86A, a registered person after expiry of 1 year would be able to debit input tax credit to the extent of disallowances made earlier. Since petitioner ITC was blocked for over 3 years, respondent was directed to unblock the credit of petitioner section 17 of CGST Act. That means यहाँ पर उसकी जो क्रेडिट थी वो 3 ईयर के लिए ब्लॉक की गई थी, एंड यहाँ पर ऑनेबल हाईकोर्ट ने डिसीजन किया कि द इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट शुड बी अनब्लॉक because he has already provided the reconciliation of the difference between GSTR 3B and GSTR 2A. Hence, the unblock should be done in that particular case. Okay, sir. So this is the important judgments provided by the Punjab and Haryana High Court. We can take care of it if there is any blockage of input tax credit in our case. Now, केस नंबर 19 विमल अलॉयज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, डबल AR अथॉरिटी ने यहां पर डिसीजन दिया. फर्स्ट आई एम गोइंग टू रीड द मैटर, देन वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस ऑन द डिसीजन. द मैटर इज दैट इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट एलिजिबिलिटी टू क्लेम ITC, whether purchaser was entitled to claim ITC on purchase made from seller who had discharged the tax liability on same, but preceding seller had failed to discharge the tax liability. Sir, this is the channel situation. Suppose I am going to buy a certain product from Mr. X, and Mr. X has already paid the tax. But Mr. X bought that particular product from Mr. Y, and Mr. Y had not paid the tax. In that case, can I claim the input tax credit? This is the question in front of double AR authority in case of Vimal Alloys Private Limited. This is also relevant for us. Okay, in our case, we are going to check the counterparty. That means if I am going to buy the product from Mr. X, in that case, I am going to check the if and but of Mr. X only. I am not going to analyze the situation of Mr. Y, that Mr. Y had paid the tax or not. Okay, because I am not going to buy the particular product from Mr. Y. So, what is the practical implication? So, in that particular case, as per section 16, subsection 2, subclause number C of CGST Act, tax charged in respect of imputed supplies required to be actually paid to government either in cash or through utilization of admissible ITC in order to avail the ITC. ITC cannot be availed or claimed if seller or preceding seller had failed to discharge the GST on such supply. Since preceding seller had failed to discharge the GST on infused supply, petitioner was not eligible to avail ITC on such supply. This is the decision pronounced by AAR authority. Although how this is practically possible, AAR authority has provided the decision at the time of particular discussion or at the time of particular question, what facts is presented by the particular person, because the decision is completely depend on the facts you are going to present in front of the departmental authority. Okay, sir. So this is a question that what facts are presented in front of the departmental authority in that particular case, because practically I can check the status of Mr. X, my immediate that is seller. But अगर उस बंदे ने किसी और से खरीदा है, Mr. X is going to buy a certain product from certain other person. In that case, how I can check the status of that another party? Or why he is going to provide the details of that preceding supplier to me also, वो मुझे वो डिटेल्स यहाँ पर क्यों प्रोवाइड करेगा? ऑल्दो इन केस ऑफ फेक इनवॉइसिंग और इन केस ऑफ पेपर ट्रांजेक्शन, इफ देयर इज एनी चैनल इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस, अगर वहां पर कोई चैनल होता है, तो उस केस में ऐसा होता है कि अगर कोई एक बंदा वहां से पकड़ा जाता है, तो इन दैट केस पूरे चैनल पर वहां पर इंक्वायरी आ जाती है, बिजनेस ऑडिट आ जाती है, या फिर समन इशू हो जाते हैं. बट इन दैट केस डबल आर ऑथोरिटी ने ये वाला डिसीजन दिया, दिस इज नॉट फेवर ऑफ एन असेसी और दिस इज ऑल्सो नॉट प्रैक्टिकल पॉसिबल. सो what was the situation, but this is there now. Sir, next case study, case number 20 is related to Mintra Designs Private Limited, triple AR authority, Karnataka. We are going to bought certain products from Mintra. Okay, all the things are available on Mintra. So in that particular case, triple AR authority Karnataka has provided decision. So we need to carefully read vouchers and subscription packages. Sir, multiple attractions are there on that particular website. When you are going to Mintra, they are going to provide that, sir, if you are going to buy 1000 rupees product, in that case on your next buy you are going to get the 200 rupees discount voucher. Okay, so what is the question? First we need to read the matter, then we decide that what we can do. So appellant procured vouchers and subscription packages in form of coupon codes from the third party vendor and supplied such coupon codes to the consumer at a free of cost. Okay. Customer can redeem same while purchasing goods and services from the applicant. AAR held that ITC of GST paid on vouchers cannot be claimed as the same was distributed to consumers as gift. Whether input tax credit of GST paid on such vouchers can be allowed. Sir, Reliance के case में, if you are going to Reliance and if you are buying certain things, in that case there is certain voucher is Reliance is going to provide certain vouchers, that if you are going to buy certain product from my IGO website, AGO website, most probably AGO website, in that case you will get 10% discount of that particular product which is not of Reliance. Okay, same is there in case of Mintra. If you are going to buy if you are going to do the buying of 2000 and above, in that case you are going to get the 10% of your on your Airtel recharge. So in that case और मिंत्रा ये जो सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करवा रही है, मिंत्रा इज गोइंग टू प्रोवाइड दीज टाइप ऑफ वाउचर्स फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट. बट for buying that vouchers, for buying the services of Airtel, they need to pay certain things to the Airtel, they need to pay certain amount to the Airtel. In that case, can they avail the input tax credit? That is what is the question before the authority. The authority ने क्या contention दिया? Contention on appellant was that giving voucher to consumer is not in nature of gift. Agreement entered with vendor stating such vendor is in the business of the issuing electronic voucher as service was submitted. Decision of Karnataka High Court in Premier Sales Promotions Private Limited was applicable. Voucher were neither goods or nor services. ITC of GST paid on inward supply of such vouchers coupon cannot be availed. The same decision is pronounced in Premier Sales Promotions प्राइवेट लिमिटेड यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया के केस में. यहां पर ये वाला डिसीजन दिया था कि जब आप कोई वाउचर्स प्रोवाइड करवा रहे हो, इन दैट केस यू आर गोइंग टू प्रोवाइड द वाउचर्स फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट. इन दैट केस यू आर नॉट एलिजिबल टू टेक द रिफंड, you are not eligible to take the input tax credit. That is what is the decision. And AAR authority has considered the triple AR authority has considered the decision pronounced by the premier sales promotion. So conclusively, we can say that in case of Mintra Limited or in any other entity, if they are going to provide the vouchers, okay, for buying of an exceeding amount for 2000, suppose 2000 and more, in that particular case, if they paid certain things, in that case, they are not eligible to take the input tax credit because this is promotion. Although they can argue that this is the business activity and we are going to provide the voucher to enhance our business and all that, so it should be considered as in the course of furtherance of business, but this argument cannot sustain in that particular case. So we need to take care of it. If you are going to buy the vouchers and the vouchers, in that particular case, if there is any amount charged and GST is there, you are not eligible to claim GST. Yes, if Mintra is going to provide that voucher for a consideration to their customers, okay, they are saying that the voucher is available here and you need to pay 1000 for that particular voucher. In that case, Mintra is eligible to claim the input tax credit because Mintra is going to pay output tax on that supply. So this is the fundamental thing, that if you are going to pay the output tax, in that case you are eligible to take the input tax credit, and if you are not going to pay the output tax, you are not eligible to claim the input tax credit. Okay, sir. Now, Deep Sons Auto Center versus Union of India, Jharkhand High Court. Sir, each and everything is okay for you? काफी देर हो गई मैंने पूछा नहीं. Each and every case study is okay for you? Sir, next case study is Jharkhand High Court. So before moving ahead, just confirm me once that everything is okay for you. In that particular case, what is the matter? Matter is that input tax credit scheme, change of limitation period, petitioner contended that he could avail input tax credit of stock at the time of switching over from being a taxpayer under composition scheme to a normal and regular taxpayer refund form ITC-01 could not be filed within the due date. The state tax authority agreed with petitioner that such form could not be filed due to technical glitches in GST portal, while GSTN argued that no such issue was faced by the others. Sir, in that particular case, suppose my turnover was below 1.5 CR and I was under composition scheme. Now my turnover got exceeded, or due to any other reason, I want to switch to the regular taxpayer scheme. And if I am going to apply for regular taxation scheme, in that case, I will be eligible to claim the ITC on input and capital goods, which is available in my stock. So for that purpose, I need to file form ITC-01. We all know, we had already discussed on that. So ITC-01 we need to file. Taxpayer has not filed that ITC-01 due to technical glitches. Departmental authority has also agreed with that there was certain technical issues were there at that particular time. But GSTN portal पर जो उसने grievance raise की थी, GSTN portal has responded that there was no technical issue and others has successfully filed that particular ITC-01 return. So in that case, it was contention of petitioner that state nodal officer had acknowledged technical glitches in portal and requested GSTN to open portal for petitioner to file his form GST ITC-01. Petitioner was bona fide and prompt in making the complaint. Petitioner was to be directed to approach Commissioner of State Tax for extension of time for submission of form ITC-01 and Commissioner had take decision thereon. Hence, यहाँ पर ये वाला डिसीजन दिया कि यहाँ पर जो है ओपन किया जाना चाहिए जीएसटीएन पोर्टल. जीएसटीएन पोर्टल शुड बी ओपन फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर टैक्स पेयर, एंड इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस यहाँ पर झारखंड हाईकोर्ट हैज प्रोवाइडेड द डिसीजन दैट opportunity to file the ITC 01 should be provided to the taxpayer. So हमेशा इसीलिए अभी कुछ ही टाइम पहले I had discussed with you that if there is any technical glitches, you should write one letter to the jurisdictional officer so that it will be foolproof for you. Also raise grievance on the GSTN portal. If there is any technical glitches, you should raise the grievance on GSTN portal. If they are going to provide the reply, is that okay? If you do not get any reply within the stipulated time, then this is also a significant ground for us to argue that sir, there was technical issue. Hence, we are not getting any reply from the GSTN portal. So we need to take care of it. कई बार हम लोग सोचते हैं what is the relevance of this and why we are going to raise the grievance and why we need to issue why we need to provide the letter. In that case, we need to be very much careful for that. Now, next case study is of Karnataka High Court Wipro Limited versus Assistant Commissioner of Central Taxes. In that case, what is the matter? Decision is pronounced by Karnataka High Court, sir. High Court ki decision is very much important. So, GSTN mentioned wrongly bona fide error petitioner seeking to allow rectification of form GSTR1 with respect to invoices issued to recipient according regarding wrong GSTN so as to enable recipient of supply to avail ITC. I had filed my GSTR1 and I had make one mistake while filing the GSTR1 return. Okay, I had put the wrong GSTR. The timeline as mentioned in section 16 subsection 4 has already lapsed regarding the amendment. So in that particular case, my counterpart is not getting the same in GSTR2 and hence he is not eligible to claim the input tax credit. So यहाँ पर रिट पिटिशन फाइल हुई एंड कर्नाटका हाईकोर्ट ने क्या डिसीजन दिया. कर्नाटका हाईकोर्ट हैज प्रोनाउंस्ड दैट एरर कमिटेड इन प्रेजेंट केस बाय मेंशनिंग जीएसटी ऑन अनदर ग्रुप कंपनी ऑफ recipient is bona fide and occurred to unavoidable circumstances due to sufficient cause. CBIC circular provides rectification of bona fide and inadvertent inadvertent mistakes committed at the time of filing of return, and such circular is applicable, and department was directed to follow procedure prescribed in circular and allow ITC subject to verification through the circular is applicable to financial year 17, 18, 18, 19 as earlier error committed is identical, and said circular is applicable even to financial year 1920 also. So we need to take care of this circular also. Okay, sir. So if there is any mismatch due to GSTR1 error, in that case, we can argue for that. Suppose your departmental authority has taken your case under business audit for financial year 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, and they found there is any difference between your GSTR 3B and GSTR 2A. Okay, in that case, they demand that sir why there is difference between GSTR2 and 3B. और अगर आपको कोई ऐसी पार्टी मिल जाए जिसने रॉन्ग जीएसटी नंबर मेंशन कर दिया था, so you just need to take the declaration from that party on the letterhead of that particular party. Okay, and you need to put the same well reply to the departmental authority and take reference of this case study. Take reference of this case study pronounced by the Karnataka High Court. This case study will help you a lot. Okay, this is also for the departmental authority. This point is also helpful for the departmental authority as well as for the taxpayer. So we need to take care of it from both the point of view. Okay, sir. Now, Sunny Jain versus Union of India, Delhi High Court. Decision is pronounced by the Delhi High Court. Input tax credit, electronic credit ledger, blocking of ECL. ECL of petitioner was blocked for non-payment of consideration to its supplier. Petitioner contended that ECL could not be blocked for 18 months as provision allows blocking same for a maximum period of 1 year. So ECL can be maximum blocking period is 1 year. उससे ज्यादा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक क्रेडिट लेजर को यहाँ पर ब्लॉक नहीं किया जा सकता है. और इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस यहाँ पर ECL उसका 18 months से above block हो गया. So in that particular case, what is the decision pronounced by the Delhi High Court? Just read it. As per Rule 37 of CGST rules, read with the proviso of Section 16 subsection 2 of CGST Act, taxpayer is entitled to avail ITC without paying consideration to his supplier and has to reverse same if he fails to make such payment within 180 days. However, ITC availed before making payment to supplier on expiry of 180 days could not make petitioner ineligible. Action of blocking ECL for such extended period was without authority of law. Department was to directed to unblock ECL with liberty to recover ITC with interest if it was required to be included in output liability of petitioners. That means, suppose if I am going to buy certain particular products from a particular person, and if I am not going to make the payment within 180 days, in that case I need to reverse the input tax credit. यहाँ पर क्या किया, उसका इलेक्ट्रॉनिक क्रेडिट लेजर ही ब्लॉक कर दिया. डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी हैज ब्लॉक द इलेक्ट्रॉनिक क्रेडिट लेजर ऑफ दैट पर्सन. इन दैट केस फर्स्ट 180 डेज तक तो वो अगर पेमेंट नहीं करता है, इफ द बायर इज नॉट मेकिंग द पेमेंट फॉर फर्स्ट 180 डेज, इन दैट केस देयर इज नो प्रोविजन ऑफ ब्लॉकिंग ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक क्रेडिट लेजर, एंड आफ्टर दैट यू नीड टू रिवर्स द इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट. सो यहाँ पर इमीडिएट डिसीजन दिया दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने इन केस ऑफ सनी जैन वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया कि यू नीड टू अनब्लॉक द इलेक्ट्रॉनिक क्रेडिट लेजर. सो when departmental authority is going to block your electronic credit ledger in certain circumstances, they are also going to issue the notice on your email ID, or the same is reflected on your GSTN portal. You just need to check the reason for the blocking of that particular electronic credit ledger, since how long the particular blocking is done by the departmental authority, and what is the grounds on the basis of which departmental authority is going to block the electronic credit ledger. We need to take care of these things. Suppose you found that the blocking is due to this payment default. In that case, we can argue that for first 180 days we are free. After 180 days, we are ready to reverse the input tax credit. Why blocking of electronic credit ledger? Or we can take the reference of the decision pronounced by the Delhi High Court. So, sir, this is an important case study from analysis point of view, from litigation point of view. So, we need to be take care of it. Next, Karnani, FNB, स्पेशली LLP, डबल AR अथॉरिटी वेस्ट बंगाल ने यहाँ पर डिसीजन दिए हैं. देर आर सर्टन क्वेश्चंस आर अवेलेबल, देर आर 3 क्वेश्चंस आर अवेलेबल, एंड डबल AR अथॉरिटी has provided the answer of these questions, and questions are very much relevant. So we need to be take care of it. We need to read very carefully these particular questions. As sale of alcoholic liquor for human consumption is covered under the ambit of exempt supply. Input tax credit attributable to such exempt supply is required to be reversed in terms of formula prescribed under Rule 42 of CGST rules. We had already discussed on that particular rules in our law related classes. Okay, sir. So, first question is that they are going to do the sale of alcoholic liquor. So, reversal of input tax credit. Question is related to reversal of input tax credit. Next, alcoholic liquor for human consumption qualifies as goods under GST, and sale of such goods fall within the scope of supply. Supply of alcoholic liquor for human consumption is non-taxable supply covered under scope of exempt supply. So first question था input tax credit allowed or not. Second question is related to classification. Next, reversal of ITC would mean discharging of GST liability on output supply of alcoholic liquor for human consumption as under GST input tax and output tax are different and distinct from each other. Okay, sir. So we are going to first read the matter, and after that we are going to discuss the final conclusion provided, final decision provided by the Honorable AAR authority. First matter is that input tax credit, common credit, reversal of ITC as per rule number 42. Because if I am going to do the business of alcoholic liquor, okay, in that case, suppose there is another business is also there and there is input tax credit on account of alcoholic liquor and other. In that case, I need to reverse the input tax credit as per rule number 42 of CGST rules. Applicant is engaged in supply of restaurant services, catering services, and banquet renting services, wherein alcoholic liquor for human consumption is either sold along with such supply or on a stand-alone basis. Whether ITC availed in relation to sale of alcoholic liquor for human consumption is reversed or not. This is the question. So, ITC on input tax paid on input and input service used in making exempt supplies But in terms of section 17 subsection 2 of WBGST, West Bengal GST Act, as sale of alcoholic liquor for human consumption qualifies non-taxable supply, sir, non-taxable supply, and is covered under exempt supply. ITC attributable to such exempt supply is required to be reversed in terms of formula prescribed under rule number 42. Suppose in restaurant services there are alcoholic liquor is also available. In that particular case, reversal is required. Reversal is should be done on monthly basis, checked on annual basis. At the time of GST and 9 and 9C, we should check the same. And at the time of departmental authority has to check the reversal is as per rule number 42 of CGST rules has been done or not. So if any restaurant is going to provide the alcoholic liquor also, in that case, the same is covered under exempt supply. Hence, input tax credit should be reversed as per rule number 42 of CGST rule. That is what is the first question and the first decision pronounced by the AAR authority. Second question, supply. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption, advance ruling short on whether sale of alcoholic liquor qualifies as supply under GST or not. Input tax credit, you need to reverse as per rule number 42. Question is that the supply of alcoholic liquor is qualified under supply under GST or not. So, alcoholic liquor for human consumption being movable property. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption being movable property qualifies as goods in the absence of specific exclusion from definition. Sale of goods for consideration in the course or furtherance of business is covered within the scope of supply. Sale of alcoholic liquor for human consumption qualifies as supply of goods in term of Article 366(12)(a) of Constitution of India and Section 9 of WB GST Act. GST is levied on supply of goods excluding alcoholic liquor for human consumption, as sale of alcoholic liquor for human consumption is a supply on which GST is not liable, because we are going that the alcoholic liquor is a exempt supply. That means supply है इसलिए वो exempt supply है. केवल 5 जो petroleum products है, they are not covered under GST. They are considered as not non GST supply. Okay. The same qualifies a non-taxable supply. Definition of exempt supply includes non-taxable supply. Hence, sale of alcoholic liquor for human consumption may also be treated as exempt supply. Sir, first question was that if restaurant is going to provide the alcoholic liquor, then what is the reversal? So reversal should be done as per rules 42. Then the supply of exempt supply, that is the supply of alcoholic liquor, is considered as supply. Yes, the same is considered as supply. Okay. Now, input tax credit, reversal of credit, whether reversal of ITC would mean discharging of GST liability on output supply of alcoholic liquor for human consumption. क्या हम ये मान ले when I am going to reverse the input tax credit regarding the alcoholic liquor as per rule number 42, in that case can we treat that when we are going to reverse the input tax credit, that means we are going to pay the output tax, that is we are going to adjust our output tax liability. So what decision is pronounced by the AAR authority? Statutory scheme of ITC under GST requires reversal of ITC of tax which is charged on inward supply of goods and services or both. Input tax is totally different and distinct from outward supply. कई बार क्या होता है, in maximum cases in financial year 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, we found multiple time taxpayer has to pay the output tax liability. He has reversed the input tax credit. And he has said that there is no revenue loss to the departmental authority and there is no revenue loss to the government authority. So, is that okay? So, I can say that for 17, 18, 18, 19, is that okay because law was new and multiple deficiencies was there. But if the same mistake is done in particular 21, 22, 22, 23, in that case, this is not sustainable. Okay. So, the same line is here. This is also an important point for departmental authority if they found that particular type of issue that taxpayer has paid output tax instead of reversal of input tax credit, or taxpayer has reversed input tax credit instead of paying output tax. So they can say that they're totally different and distinct from outward supply. Input tax is totally different. As GST is not leviable on supply of alcoholic liquor for human consumption, there cannot be any inward supply of alcoholic liquor for human consumption on which GST is charged by the supplier and payable by recipient under RCM. Input tax is a tax which is charged on input service and capital goods, while output tax means the tax chargeable under the GST law on taxable supply of goods and services. Okay. As input tax and output tax are distinct, reversal of ITC of tax charge on inward supply that are different from outward exempt supply would no way lead to discharging of the GST on outward supply. Is that okay, sir? That means you need to reverse the GST, the input tax credit, as per rule number 42 only. You cannot say that I am going to pay the output tax and the same should be treated as okay. This is not okay. The same decision is pronounced by the AAR authority. So we need to be take care in case of restaurant services. When we are going to do the audit of restaurant services and our client is related to restaurant services, and if he is supplying the exempt supply such as alcoholic liquor, we need to check the reversal has been done or not. Exempt supply is treated as supply as per section 7 of CGST Act, and reversal should be done from input tax credit only, not by adding to the output tax liability. That is what is the implication, that is what is the conclusion of this particular case study. This is very much important case study from a restaurant point of view. Now, next case study. श्रद्धा ओवरसीज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड वर्सेस असिस्टेंट कमिश्नर. ऑनेबल हाईकोर्ट कलकत्ता ने यहाँ पर डिसीजन दिया है, कोलकाता हाईकोर्ट ने यहाँ पर डिसीजन दिया है. डिसीजन इज प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय द ऑनेबल कोलकाता हाईकोर्ट. सर, इन दैट केस व्हाट इज द मैटर? Input tax credit eligibility and conditions. Availment of input tax credit without receiving any goods based on fake documents issued by non-existing dealer was through first appellant authority observed that substantial part of transaction was done under valid document and assessee was able to show the payment was made through the banking channel, and he still denied ITC solely on ground that tax authorities conducting inquiry at dealer premises after 1 year of the transaction found their GST registration have to be cancelled. However, order passed by FAA, even though a detail of the recording entire fact was passed on a ground in show cause notice and without considering several grounds raised by adjudicating authority was to be considered as a non-speaking order and same was liable to be quest. Matter was to be remanded to FAA. Sir, in that particular case, यहाँ पर हुआ क्या? When we are going to claim the input tax credit on account of only paper transactions. Okay, suppose I had bought that particular goods from Mr. X, Mr. X has bought that particular goods from Y, Y has bought that from Z, and all that, and there is no movement of goods. Just paper documents are there. On the basis of that paper documents, there is also banking payments are also there. E-way bill is also there. Everything is there in that case, in case of fake invoicing or in case of paper transaction. If one from that particular chain is leaked और अगर वो पकड़ा गया, इन दैट केस कंप्लीट चेन के ऊपर यहाँ पर डाउट आ जाएगा और सारी की सारी डॉक्यूमेंट्री रिक्वायरमेंट, सारी की सारी इम्प्लीकेशन उस पूरी चेन के ऊपर डाल दी जाएगी. सो दिस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट फॉर अस. वी नीड टू बी वेरी केयरफुल फॉर दैट, एंड द सेम डिसीजन इज प्रोवाइडेड बाय द कलकत्ता हाई कोर्ट इन द पर्टिकुलर केस ऑफ श्रद्धा ओवरसीज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड वर्सेस असिस्टेंट कमिश्नर. इस केस में क्या हुआ था? टैक्सपेयर के पास में जो ट्रांजेक्शन थे, व्हेन कमिश्नर हैज चेक द ट्रांजेक्शंस, ओके, इन दैट केस सर्टेन ट्रांजेक्शन ही फाउंड दैट transactions are proper. Okay, banking transaction are there, e-way bill there, everything is okay. But in one or two transaction he found that there is no banking transaction found and certain suspicious transactions are found. At the time when he has go to the premises of that particular counterparty, in that case he found there is no counterparties available. So this is the clear cut indication. और here ऑनेबल कोलकाता हाईकोर्ट ने इस सिचुएशन को फेक इनवॉइसिंग बोला, पेपर इनवॉइसिंग बोला, और ऑल द काउंटर पार्टीज को यहाँ पर समन इशू किए गए. So this is a very relevant case study. When we are going to buy certain things and our client is going to buy certain things, we need to be very much careful for that. I am always saying that as a taxpayer, as a chartered accountant, as a professional, when we are going to file the return of our client, just need to once we need to check the GSTR 2B, we need to check the name of the parties. अगर कोई फेक पार्टी है, कोई फेक इनवॉइसिंग है, when we are going to file the refund application also, at that time also we need to check the things if there is any fake parties involved. In that case we need to check the thing and detect the same at the particular time. So this will be more beneficial for our client. So this is the very important judgments on fake invoicing and paper transaction by Honorable Kolkata High Court. Okay, sir. Now, next case study: Orient Traders versus Deputy Commissioner of Commercial Taxes Audit 3 and 4. The decision is pronounced by the Honorable Karnataka High Court. Sir, what is the case? First, we need to talk on the case. So, matter: input tax credit mismatch in form at the time of filing returns. Error was committed, that is, details were recorded under a wrong table, resulting in mismatch of form GSTR 3B and 2A. Notices were issued disallowing ITC on the basis of mismatch. Suppose when I am going to file my GSTR one return and I had filed my taxable value in my invoice value and all that, and if there is any mismatch in that case, the same is reflected, wrong data reflected in GSTR 2A. And if counterparty is going to file the GSTR 3B in the correct way, in that case, there will be a difference between GSTR 2 and 3B. In that case, what we need to do? So for that purpose, यहाँ पर Karnataka High Court has held that ITC was solely denied on account of error of recording the figures under the wrong column of return. Error were entirely bona fide. Admissibility, availability of ITC is not in question. Department was aware of actual figure and error committed, but selectively ignored figures in IC get only for relevant period in absence of form GSTR 2A for relevant period, and the fact that any correction of error would not affect revenue collection and that the period is dispute pertains to first year of GST regime. Hence, department was directed to open the portal allowing taxpayer to make necessary changes to form GSTR 3B. Okay, then. So this decision is also very much important for us, Karnataka High Court, and these all decisions are relevant just for 2 to 3 years more. Because for financial year 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20 के लिए हम लोग ये technical glitches and all that things का हम लोग argument कर सकते हैं. We can argue for that regarding financial year 17, 18, 19. If I am talking for a further period, then it is not possible for us to argue on that ground. Okay, so we need to be take care of it also. Next, so this is an important case study. Now, one more case study we are going to take, then we are going to take a break. The decision is pronounced by the Madras High Court. Input tax credit transfer to registration. GST portal did not allow petitioner to form ITC 02A for transferring ITC to its newly registered unit. As prescribed timeline of 30 days has expired, petitioner contended that the timeline period had not expired. In that particular case, if my place is registered under Rajasthan Jodhpur and I am going to open my branch at Jaipur also, and I want to transfer my input tax credit, that is Jodhpur input tax credit to Jaipur input tax credit, Jaipur office input tax credit. In that case, I can file form ITC 02A, but due to technical glitches, if I am not able to file that particular form within 30 days, in that case, department is not going to provide me the opportunity to file that ITC 02A, and department is not going to provide me the opportunity to transfer the input tax credit. So in that case, what is the decision is pronounced by the Madras High Court? Very much relevant decision is there. Common portal did not allow petitioner to file form GST ITC 02A within 30 days time period. Petitioner was directed to file fresh petition before IT grievance redressal committee as he was entitled to such credit, and said committee will decide petition is light of Pacific Industries Limited Union of India, and in that particular case Pacific Industries versus Union of India, opportunity is provided to reopen the form ITC 02A and file that ITC 02A. So if there is any technical glitches to file form ITC 01, 02, 02A, in that case we can take reference of these case studies. In our discussion of last 2 and 2.5 hours, we had discussed 3 to 4 case studies regarding ITC 01, 02, 02A, or in case of 02A specifically, we can take the reference of Madras High Court if there is any technical glitches and we are not going to file the return within 30 days. In that case, we can take the reference of this case study and we can argue with that. Sir, everything is okay for you? Just comment in the chat box. We are going to take the Tata Motors Limited case study after post break. We are going to start the session again at 1:45 p.m. so that we can conclude the same around 4:30 and 4:15, whatever will be the more feasible for us. So everything is okay for you. We are going in the right direction. Each and everything is clear for you. Just comment in the chat box so that I can take my lunch properly. Okay, sir. If you have any query, you are free to raise the same in the WhatsApp group. Okay, and the chat box also. And if you want a discussion on any specific case study, you can comment the same in the WhatsApp group. We can discuss on that post break or in our tomorrow session. Okay, so we are going to start the session again around 1:45 p.m. Okay, sir. So please join on time so that we can conclude the case studies on time. Yes, sir. Can we start the session? My voice is audible to all of you. Just confirm in chat box that my voice is audible and the presentation is visible to you so that we can start the session. Just confirm me as soon as possible so that we can start the session. Although most probably everything is fine, uh, my voice is audible. Okay, so next case study, we are going to discuss Tata Motors Limited, Triple AR, Rajasthan, Gujarat. This decision is pronounced by the Triple AR Gujarat Authority in case of Tata Motors Limited. Sir, although I suppose that you are enjoying the case studies, we are going to analytical skills and uh, we are doing the next level job because लोगों को provision का ही knowledge नहीं होता है and we are discussing on the case studies. Okay, so we are going to strong our background with these 2 days session. So now, sir, what is the matter in that particular case in case of Tata Motors Limited? Canteen services provided to employee of appellant assessee is a manufacturing unit and is providing canteen facility to its employees. Within factory premises, GST is charged by canteen service provided. A portion of cost of food is recovered from employees. Suppose in my factory, I am going to provide the canteen facility for my employees. Okay. And in that canteen facility, suppose the expenditure per employee is 1000 rupees and I am getting back 400 rupees from my employees and 600 beared by me. In that case, in view of provision of section 17 subsection 5b as amended for 1-2-2019 and clarification issued by the CBIC White Circular number 172040222 GST dated 6/7/2022 ITC will be available to assess on GST charged by service provider in respect of canteen facility to its direct employees as canteen facilities obligatory to provide it to direct employees under the factories Act 1948 and no ITC is available respect of other type of employees including contract employee works contract further. In view of case Central Excise and Ultratech Cement Limited 20110 ITC on GST charged by service provider will be restricted to the extent of cost borne by the assessee for providing canteen services to its direct employee and proportionate credited to the extent embedded in the cost of food recovered from direct employees was to be disallowed. Sir, what is this case study say? We want to check it. Sir, यहाँ पर suppose I have a factory and I am maintaining the canteen facility. Okay, so if as per the Factories Act, if the employee is 250 plus, in that case, I need to maintain the canteen facility in my factory premises. So this is obligatory for me under the law that need to maintain the canteen facility. Hence, input tax credit is allowed in that particular case. But specific, if I am going to provide the canteen facility to my direct employee, in that case, I am eligible to take the input tax credit for that service. Suppose in my factory, certain employees is on contract basis. Okay, I have given contract to particular person that you should do that work at that particular rate. If employees are on contract basis and is on temporary basis, in that case, the input tax credit is not allowed on that particular supply. If you are providing the canteen services to your direct employee, input tax credit is allowed. Next point. Suppose per employee's charge is 1000 rupees, 400 rupees you are recover back from that particular employee and 600 is beared by that particular company. In that case, on that 600 which is beared by company, on that particular part input tax credit is allowed, and on that 400 part which company is going to recover from the employees, input tax credit is not allowed. That means you need to maintain the calculation for that. Okay, this amount is recovered from that employee, hence we had reversed the input tax credit, and this amount is beared by company, hence input tax credit is allowed. Okay, sir. So अगर मैं कोई business, if I am talking from businessman point of view, in that case we need to take care of calculation. If I am talking from professional point of view or departmental authority point of view, in that case of departmental audit, we need to check that the reversal is okay or not, and the input tax credit which is claimed by the taxpayer is correct or not in case of canteen facility, restaurant services to the employees. So this is in a landmarking case studies for pronounced by the triple AR Gujarat in Tata Motors Limited for canteen facilities. Okay, sir. So important judgments for analysis purpose. Now next case study. एसी फ्रोज लिमिटेड वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया, गुजरात हाईकोर्ट का डिसीजन है. द डिसीजन हैज बीन प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय द गुजरात हाईकोर्ट. इन दैट केस, सर, व्हाट इज द मैटर इन्वॉल्व? Refund to SEZ unit. Refund to SEZ unit means SEZ unit is going to buy certain things from certain external party. On that account, SEZ unit is going to claim the refund. That is what is the matter. So, input tax credit petitioner was SEZ unit engaged in zero rated supply where certain purchases were made from the suppliers located in domestic tariff area after paying GST. Application for refund of unutilized ITC was filed, and but the same was rejected on the ground that only supplier to SEZ can make application for refund and not SEZ unit. Whether refund can be granted to SEZ when tax payable by DTA supplier on supplies made to SEZ. Sir, we can say that I am a regular person and I am going to make any supply to SEZ unit. In that case, the same should be treated as export and I am eligible to claim the refund. But now in this situation, the situation is completely reversed. SEZ unit has bought certain goods from an external party from domestic tariff area, and that person has charged GST to SEZ unit, and SEZ unit wants to claim the refund of that particular ITC. Is that allowed or not? So in that case, the Gujarat High Court has provided that matter covered by decision in IPCA Laboratories and Britannia Industries case, refund granted subject to condition that specific undertaking is submitted along with application for refund, that in case refund is claimed by supplier, refund granted will be recovered along with interest. Imposed order was to be set aside. That means, sir, supplier जो मेरा DTA में है, supplier जो मेरा डोमेस्टिक टेरिफ एरिया के अंदर है, अगर वो एसईजेड को कुछ सप्लाई दे रहा है एंड ही इज चार्जिंग जीएसटी, इन दैट केस if SEZ wants to claim the refund, in that case SEZ need to submit a specified application, a specified declaration that supplier is not going to claim the refund, and if supplier is claiming the refund, in that case I, SEZ unit particular, reverse the input tax credit, reverse the refund amount which I had claimed. So that is what is the case study pronounced by the Gujarat High Court. This is also an important judgments in case of special economic zone. Okay, sir. So this is relevant from special economic zone point of view. Now, next case study, Pin Star Automotive Private Limited versus Additional Commissioner, Madras High Court. Decision has been pronounced by Madras High Court. Okay, so there are certain points are there. We need to discuss on that. Recipient of supply were not entitled to ITC in respect of supplies made to them in term of section 16 subsection 2 of clause C of CGST Act when supplier who charged tax from them on such supply failed to deposit the tax with the department. Sir, this is the practical situation at or completely. Okay, I am going to buy certain goods from Mr. Ram, and Ram is not going to make the payment to the departmental authority. In that case, what will be happen? I am not eligible to claim the input tax credit. So for that purpose, this question is raised. देखते हैं what is the decision pronounced by the Madras High Court. Before reading the decision pronounced by Madras High Court, just read the next point also. Order passed on ROM application without hearing assessee, being in violation of principle of natural justice and provisions of third proviso to section 161 of C16 not sustainable. That means before giving an opportunity of being to the counterparty, department has provided the order. Is that correct or not? What is decision is provided by the High Court in that particular case? We are going to read. First point is related to our input tax credit when supplier is not going to make the payment to the government. In that case, input tax credit denial thereof to petitioner assessee in respect of supplies made to them when supplier charged tax from them on such supply but failed to remit the same to the department. That means supplier is not going to make the payment to the departmental authority. Invocation of section 16 subsection 2 subclause C of Central Goods and Services Tax Act 2017. Provisions of aforesaid section are required to be followed strictly, and as per the said section, interest of revenue are to be protected by meeting tax liability at hands of supplier or purchaser. Hence, no fault can be attributed to revenue in denying ITCs to assessee when supplier did not deposit tax with department that was charged from them in respect of supply made to them by him. However, where tax liability is made by way of reversal of ITC at purchaser's end and recovery is also affected from supplier, that would amount to double taxation. In such cases, department should restore ITC to purchaser if tax liability is made good by the supplier. Therefore, a mechanism must be put in place to address this situation. Sir, what is the situation? Sir, suppose I just want to take the example. I am a buyer. I am a buyer and I bought that particular product from Mr. X. That is supplier. And supplier is not going to make payment to the departmental to the government. In that case, I am not eligible to claim the input. That is, ITC is not allowed. And if I had claimed the input tax credit, department has the power to issue the notice to me for reversal of that input tax credit. Okay. Now, suppose after 6 months, supplier has paid the tax. Supplier has paid the tax. In that case, how I can know that supplier has paid the tax? There is no mechanism available. सो इन दैट केस यहाँ पर ऑनेबल हाई कोर्ट ने भी ऑनेबल मद्रास हाई कोर्ट ने भी डिसीजन दिया मद्रास हाई कोर्ट has pronounced that GST should develop one mechanism in which if supplier is going to make the payment in future, in that case recipient is again eligible to claim the input tax credit. This facility should be provided. The data should be auto populated on the GST portal. This mechanism should be provided. That means, sir, this decision is very much important for us. Suppose your supplier is not going to make the payment, you can take reference of this case study before the departmental authority regarding reversal of input tax credit, because we had paid the tax already. We had paid the amount to that particular supplier. You should go to that supplier and ask a demand tax from that person. So this case study is very much relevant, and Madras High Court has also given direction for putting the mechanism for tax liability. Okay, sir. Now, sir, समझ आ रहा है ना? My speed is okay, and you are getting the points, because case studies we need to do it in such a way. Okay. Next, rectification of principles of natural justice ex parte or disposal of ROM application filed by the petitioner assessee against adjudication assessment order that was passed without considering referring to certain decisions case laws while dealing with dispute related to availability of ITC, failure to give opportunity of hearing to assessee prior to disposal of their ROM application was a fatal flaw and clearly contrary to the third proviso to section 161 of Central Goods and Services Tax Act 2017, which mandated authority to follow due process before taking any adverse view against them. Hence, order passed disposing of ROM application was quashed, and authority was directed to pass fresh order thereon after issuing notice to assessee and thereafter hearing him. That means, if departmental authorities going to issue any notice, going to issue any decision, going to reach to any conclusion before giving to opportunity of being heard, that is, we can say this decision is ex parte decision. So in that case, we can take the reference of Madras High Court decision, honorable Madras High Court decision. This is a very relevant decision of for us. In that case, if there is any Opportunity of being heard is not provided by the departmental authority. Sir, first point is that related to our not payment of tax by supplier. In that case, how we can argue? Second point, if we are not getting the opportunity of being heard, then what is the authority we have? We can check from that particular case study. Okay, sir. Now, case study number 31. Telangana High Court say related. So first I want to read the matters and then after we are going to read the conclusion. Refunds. Rule 895 of Central Goods and Services Tax Rules 2017. Constitutional validity of Supreme Court already rejected challenge made to said provision by holding that formula provided in the said provision was not ambiguous in nature and unworkable, nor was it opposed to intent of legislature in granting limited refund on accumulation of unutilized input tax credit. However, after noticing certain practical difficulties which might have resulted in certain inequalities in the application formula, GST Council was urged by the Supreme Court to reconsider formula and take policy decision regarding the same. That means, sir, when you are going to claim the refund on account of inverted duty structure, there is a formula: inverted duty turnover divided by your total turnover multiplied by net ITC minus tax payable on inverted duty structure. In that case, यहाँ पर आप लोग यहाँ पर you are not eligible to claim the input tax refund of input tax rate on account of input services. That is, in that particular formula there is inequality available. So यहाँ पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी ये वाला डिसीजन दिया है कि the GST Council has to think on that and provide a new formula or certain modification in that formula so that equality will be there. So that from July 2022 there is a modification in the formula of refund calculation. Okay, you are now also eligible to claim the refund of input service also under inverted duty structure on partial basis. Okay, if you want, I may share the formula Excel sheet in the WhatsApp group. Just comment in the chat box so that I can share the same by today evening. Okay, sir. So that is what is the decision. Now, interest and penalty. Refund was granted on account of petitioner's claim to input on ITC on input service. Gujarat High Court having declared Rule 895 of CGST Rule 2017 to be ultra virus, situation was ambiguous. As regards penalty, Deputy Commissioner himself admitted that there was no suppression of fact. ITC was availed and refund was claimed on impression that Rule 895 of CGST Rules 2017 was no longer in the book and demand of interest under section 50 of CGST Act 2017 as well as imposition of penalty was to be set aside. Matter was to be remanded to Deputy Commissioner. That means अगर किसी ने refund claim किया है as per rule 895, okay, we had already discussed at the time of our discussion on the provisions that if you are going to file the refund application on account of inverted duty structure or on account of exports, what are the documents required, what is the procedure to file the refund application, and all the calculation of that formula is as per the law. And in future, if departmental authority is going to impose any interest and penalty on that, in that case we can take reference of this case study, and departmental authority cannot impose any type of interest and penalty on us on account of refund, because they had also checked the data and we had also filed the data correct if our calculation is perfect. If we had claimed on account of input service, then also it is allowed. The same decision is pronounced by High Court of Telangana. Telangana High Court. This case is very much relevant of us in case of refund. Now, next case study is related to Bombay High Court. Edison Laboratories Private Limited versus Union of India. In that particular case, refund unrealized ITC natural justice notice was neither received by the petitioner nor was made available on GSTN portal before rejecting claim of petitioner for refund of input tax credit accumulated as a result of inverted duty structure. That means यहाँ पर refund को reject करने से पहले, suppose if I am going to file a refund application, okay, and departmental authority has rejected the refund application without any reason. In that case, you can take reference of this case study pronounced by the Bombay High Court. Okay, suppose if I had made one application for refund on the GST and common portal, okay, when I'm going to that particular portal, I am checking there is a deficiency memo available and department has rejected my refund application and there is no reason provided in that particular deficiency memo. In that case, I can take reference of this case study. Okay, so this type of analysis we need that we need to check deficiency memo आ गया is that okay हम लोग भी relax होकर के बैठ जाते हैं कि अब इसमें refund नहीं मिलेगा. No sir, we need to check the reason for the deficiency memo. Reason is noted or not, reason is correct or not. Okay, we need to check the things. Now what is the decision which is pronounced in that particular case? Opportunity of hearing to petitioners under Rule 92 of Central Goods and Services Tax was impaired and department was directed to follow methodology under Rule 92. That is when when one person is going to file the refund application, in that case departmental authority will check the document requirement, check the document is perfect, calculation is perfect. In that case departmental authority has to acknowledge that particular refund application. After acknowledgement, if departmental authority has found any error in calculation of refund, suppose I have made one refund application for 5 lakh rupees. As per departmental calculation, refund should be for 4 lakh 50,000 rupees. In that case, they need to issue the so cause notice why the refund is for 5 lakh rupees and they should provide their calculation. And after counterparty consultation, that is opportunity of being heard, they need to pass their order. But when I am going to file the refund application on prima facie, departmental authority thinks that the refund application is not proper. Complete documents are not enclosed, and the applicant is not eligible to claim that particular refund. In that case, they can directly issue the deficiency memo, but the reason of that deficiency is to be reported in that deficiency memo. This is required. Sir, is that okay? Regarding refund, Bombay High Court decision. Sir, now I just require your confirmation that you are getting my points. My speed is okay and you are getting the tricks, you are getting the analysis points. Okay, sir. Now, next case study is from AAR Authority Uttar Pradesh. GST, where first I am going to read the question, then after we have matter, and then after we are going to discuss the conclusion on that particular case study. Where GST is paid on item procured for distribution to retailers as sales promotion rewards. Input tax credit is not available as said goods are used as gift and for personal consumption. So this is the basic thing. Suppose I am purchasing certain goods for distribution. Suppose my business is of manufacturing of textile products. Okay. And for that promotion, I am going to print out certain carry bags. Okay. And I am providing that carry bag free of cost to my suppliers or my buyers. In that case, this is the sales promotion expenditure and input tax credit should not be allowed. So this is the question before AAR Authority Uttar Pradesh that input tax credit in that particular case is allowed or not. So यहाँ पर decision ये दिया input tax credit is not allowed, but we are also going to read the language of law. Where applicant, next question, pharma companies engaged in business of trading and not in business of providing catering and food services. GST paid on services of accommodation, food and beverages provided by hotel as also on supply of food and beverages by outside caterer to employee cannot claimed as input tax credit as per section 15 17 subsection 5. We are need to carefully read the complete matter in that second point. So first I am going to read the first point, then uska conclusion. Input tax credit sales promotion. Applicant has supplied free of cost certain product along with purchase of their manufactured goods under sales promotion scheme. Whether ITC on GST paid on said bought out products can be claimed laptop bag, sandwich maker, electronic kettle, lunch box, and mixer grinder etc. are supplied to retailer for their personal consumption at applicant's own will voluntarily without any consideration in money upon purchase of targeted products. Such goods are not in nature of discount to products and but are in nature of consumables for personal consumption and qualify to be termed as gift. So in that case, input tax credit is allowed it or not. So the AAR authority held that distribution of goods and services to retailers as per the scheme is not supply. ITC in respect of GST paid on such goods used for personal consumption or as gifts is restricted. GST paid on goods and services procured for distribution as rewards is not available as input tax credit. That means you are not eligible to claim the input tax credit on the gift part. We had already discussed the same at the time of our discussion of the provision of law. Now just we had confirmed the same with reference to the decision pronounced by the AAR authority. Okay, sir. Now, next. Input tax credit accommodation and catering. Whether ITC is admissible in respect of GST paid on service of accommodation, food and beverages provided by hotel and supply of food and beverages by outside caterer to employees during business meeting. एक तो है कि उसका खुद का ही whether ITC is admissible in respect of all services of accommodation, food and beverages provided by a hotel. Another point is at the time of meeting, certain food and beverages provided by the outside caterer. Applicant is engaged in the business of trading of animal health products and not in business providing catering and health food services. That means I am a chartered accountant, okay, and I am providing my consultancy services. I am just changing the example. And for providing my consultancy services, there is no relation with that expenditure, but I need to hold certain meetings. And I have a big team to handle that particular thing. And for my team, I am taking certain catering services. And for meeting, I am also taking certain catering, food and beverages services. Can I am eligible to claim the input tax credit on that food beverages or not? So even if food and catering had been provided in the course of furtherance of business, applicant is not entitled to input tax credit in light of expenses bar provided under the section 17 subsection 5b1. ITC is not allowed it because the same is disallowed blocked under section 17 subsection 5. We need to be careful for that. Sir, this is the importance of this case study. Okay, sir. Now नेक्स्ट ट्रिपल AR अथॉरिटी कर्नाटका भारतीय रिजर्व बैंक नोट मुद्रण प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के केस में दिस इज द केस स्टडी यहां पर ट्रिपल AR अथॉरिटी कर्नाटका ने क्या डिसीजन दिया व्हाट इज द मैटर इन्वॉल्व्ड एंड व्हाट इज द डिसीजन प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय द ट्रिपल AR अथॉरिटी वी आर गोइंग टू चेक फर्स्ट आई एम गोइंग टू रीड द क्वेश्चंस क्वेश्चन ऑफ admissibility of input tax rate on common input service falls within the scope of advance ruling. AAR was wrong in first admitting application and third turning it down. Question as to whether method followed by claiming ITC is as per the statutory provision or not is not within the scope of advance ruling. Question as to whether financial year to be considered for calculating ineligible ITC is not within the scope of advance ruling. Ruling on an action which has already been done in past is to be recorded. Sir, why I had covered this provision? Because in case of if I am going to raise any question before AAR authority, then AAR authority is not providing you reply for each and every question. They are going to provide you regarding classification, regarding rate of tax, regarding ITC. If you have issue, you can raise the query before the AAR authority, AAR authority. But you are going to ask the question regarding admissibility of input tax rate, timeline related issues, and method of claiming the ITC. These are not the work of AAR authority. So we need to be very much careful for that. If we are going to file a wrong question before departmental AAR or AAR authority, in that case they are not going to take that particular question on consideration, and your fees for 5,000 and 10,000 will be forfeited. So we need to be very much careful for that. What is the relevant question we need to ask, and what is the question we need to don't ask with the AAR or AAR authority. We need to ask with certain experts. Okay, so this particular AAR authority in all these questions is pronounced that this is the not in our area. We are not eligible to provide the decision in these particular cases. So we need to be very much careful while raising any question before any AAR or AAR authority. Now Next, case number 35. Balaji Enamel Industry versus Assistant Commissioner ST High Court of Andhra Pradesh का decision है. In this particular case, decision is pronounced by the Honorable Andhra Pradesh High Court. So, we are first going to read the matter. Interest, input tax credit reversal, writ petition. Assessee reversed input tax credit when department availment of ineligible ITC order was passed imposing interest and penalty despite reversing ITC that was only availed and not utilized whether interest and penalty were payable when net cash liability was zero and ITC availed was reversed. Suppose in my electronic credit ledger balance there is a balance of 50 lakh rupees. In the month March 2022, wrongly I had claimed 10 lakh rupees input tax credit, but the same is credited to my electronic credit ledger, but I have not utilized that input tax credit for paying my tax, for paying my output tax. In that case, can interest will be chargeable or not? This is the situation. If I am talking from gross tax point of view, in that case, interest should be payable. But if I am talking from net tax liability point of view, in that case, interest is not chargeable because there was no liability to pay any amount. Okay, so in that case, what is held by the Honorable Andhra Pradesh High Court, prima facie Section 50 of CGST Act was amended for payment of interest on net cash liability in case of delay. In case of delay in payment of tax, finding of assessing authority is in impugned order was on non-declaration of correct liability in GSTR 3B and withholding of payment of tax by due dates. Petitioner should avail remedy of appeal where all issues could be candidate petition was not maintainable. Read with section 107. That means यहाँ पर the particular applicant has to file an appeal. Okay, and from that appeal they can waive off the requirement of interest because the net tax liability has been applicable from retrospective basis, not from prospective basis. So in that particular case, if in that case departmental authorities in our case, if departmental authority is going to raise the demand, departmental authority is going to raise the demand, departmental authority is going to raise the demand on account of there is net tax liability or gross tax liability, we can argue that the net tax liability is applicable from retrospective basis. So there is no requirement if you are not going to utilize the ITC balance which is available in your electronic credit ledger. Same decision is pronounced by the Honorable Andhra Pradesh High Court. So this is an important and landmarking judgments for us. Now, next, Madras High Court. Judgment pronounced by Madras High Court. Input tax credit. Denial of there was difference in ITC claimed by petitioner in its GSTR 3B and information captured in GSTR 2A as compared to GSTR 1 of supplier for respective assessment years. Hence, demand had been worked out for these assessment years. Demand has been worked out for these assessment. The petitioner challenged respective assessment orders by filing a writ petitioner. That means, suppose supplier has wrongly filed the GSTR 1 and due to that the same is not reflected in GSTR 2A, and due to that there is difference between the input tax rate which is availed in my GSTR 3B and GSTR 2A. Sir, approx हम लोगों ने 40 case studies discuss किए. You got that point, idea that 50 to 60% cases are related to input tax credit. So this is the litigation prone area. I can say that input tax credit is the litigation prone area. So now, in that case, what is the decision pronounced by the authority? Final credit that could be availed by a recipient depends on acceptance of information supplied by recipient in form GST R1A. To supplier and information in GST R3B will have to get auto-populated on output tax paid by supplier. In case there was a glitch, it had to be corrected. In case correction and amendment in GSTR 1A of recipient was not accepted by supplier in its form GSTR 1, question of availing input tax credit on strength of invoices alone was not enough. In case information was not corrected by supplier in GSTR 1, input tax rate availed by recipient was liable to paid back. Petitioner had alternate remedy available by way of appeal before appellant authority. Writ petition could not be entertained ignoring statutory dispensation. That means in each and every case if you are going to file the writ petition, this is not sustainable. आज के टाइम पे हो क्या रहा है, if there is any issue and departmental authority is not going to agree with that, we are going to file the writ petition, we are going to file the writ petition. Courts are also not free. We need to take consideration of these things also in our mind. If there is certain things which is we are going to discuss with the departmental authority and we can solve these issues with the departmental authority and we can argue our cases to the departmental authorities, in that case we should do this. We need to file the appeal if the judicial officer is not ready to hear our things. But why we are going to file the writ petition in each and every case? What is the logic behind this? अगर हम लोग writ petition file भी कर देंगे तो वहां इतना हो जाएगा कि कोई सुनने वाला नहीं होगा. So we need to be very much careful for that. Each and every case we are not going for the writ petition. First option we have is we are going to file the appeal. In that particular case, suppose the input is not reflected in GSTR 2A because there is a mistake in GSTR 1 and your supplier is not going to amend the same. In that case, you need to discuss this issue. You need to discuss this issue. If possible, you need to file the appeal before the appellant authority. After that appellant tribunal, after that you can file, you can go to the high court. Why are you direct file a writ petition? This is not in the right practices from litigation point of view. So this is an important judgments and we need to be very much careful for that. We need to take this judgment in our mind that if there is anything on which we need to argue and we need to go in litigation, in that case we first need to file the appeal. First need to discuss with the judicial authority, then we need to file the appeal. We are directly not going to file the writ petition at that time. वहां पर भी कोर्ट जाकर के अपने को डिसीजन देगा, अब आप वापस अपील में जाओ. तो इससे अच्छा है फर्स्ट प्रोसेस वी आर गोइंग फॉर अपील. नेक्स्ट, मुंबई एविलेशन फार्म फैसिलिटी प्राइवेट लिमिटेड डबल एआर अथॉरिटी महाराष्ट्र का डिसीजन है. दिस डिसीजन इज प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय द डबल एआर अथॉरिटी महाराष्ट्र. सर व्हाट इज द केस इज देयर? Input tax credit, plant and machinery, aviation fuel facilities. Applicant operating and maintaining existing aviation fuel farm facilities and providing plane services at airport. ETC. Laying connector pipeline and associated works for fuel hydrant system outside licensed premises meant and intended to be for provision of taxable output services. 10% of pipeline fail in area licensed to applicant and rest of pipeline length fell in area outside project. Plant and machinery not to be include pipeline led outside factory premises. Input tax credit in respect of goods and services used for construction of pipeline laid outside factory premises would not be available. Sir, when we had discussed our section 17 subsection 5, I am going to talk on the blocked credit part. At that time, we are going to discuss that on account of works, contract, services and construction part, input tax credit is not allowed. Okay, if you are going to do the on the basis of contract, that means you have taken the contract and as a constructor contractor, if you are going to do the work, you are eligible to claim the input tax credit. But on account of plant and machinery, you are eligible to claim the input tax credit. Now, हमने वहां पर एक लाइन लिखी थी पाइपलाइंस लेड आउटसाइड द फैक्ट्री प्रेमाइसेस. सो यहां पर 10% से ज्यादा and the rest of pipeline length fell in area outside the project. If the pipeline is in the project, in that case the same should be termed as the definition of plant and machinery input tax credit is allowed. But the pipeline which is led outside the project area, in that case input tax credit on that plant and machinery on that pipeline is not allowed. Okay sir, if I am talking about MNC companies होती है, MNC manufacturing units होती है, जो लार्ज मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स हैं उन लोगों के वहां पे कई सारे सेटअप होते हैं, कई सारी पाइपलाइंस होती हैं. इन दैट केस वी नीड टू बी वेरी मच केयरफुली एनालाइजिंग दैट द सेम इज कंसीडर्ड एज प्लांट एंड मशीनरी और नॉट, इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट इज अलाउड और नॉट. वन रॉन्ग सजेशन, one wrong guidance, one no, wrong consultancy can raise a huge demand. So we need to take care of it in our mind when we are going to take a decision. In that case, we can take the reference, we can take the suggestion of an expert. Although we need to pay the amount consultancy fees to that particular consultation for that particular consultation, we need to pay the same. Because if we make any wrong guidance, that the penalty, the interest will be huge. So we need to take care. This is a very small case study. Okay. But the decision is pronounced by AAR authority Maharashtra. In that case, pipeline let outside the project. Input tax rate on that particular part is not allowed. The decision is pronounced by the AAR authority Maharashtra. Now, AAR authority Maharashtra का नेक्स्ट केस स्टडी है CHEP India Private Limited. First, I want to discuss the matter, and then after I am going to discuss the what is the conclusion in that particular case. Leasing and renting services. Leasing of equipments by one branch to another of the same assessee. Suppose my one branch is in Rajasthan, another branch is in Gujarat, and I am going to provide any equipment on lease to my another branch located in different state and having separate registration. On a periodical consideration, applicant assess is situated in Maharashtra and leasing equipment to different branches registered in different state while remaining ownership of such equipment with it. Different branches of same assessee having separate registration under GST to be considered as distinct person under section 25 of CGST Act. Sir, multiple time we had discussed on that section 25. ये तो अपने दिमाग में सेट हो जाना चाहिए. Transaction entered into between them for leasing of equipment on periodical charges to be considered as lease transaction and taxable supply as per section 7. Read with the schedule 1 aforesaid section. Taxable value of such transaction would be lease charges charged by other branch to ultimate consumer in other state in term of section 15 of CGST Act or such other normal value which would be derived after taking into consideration rate which is equal to such lease rate which is offered by or normally charged to consumers when such branch transfer taken place in pursuance to order placed to the consumer at other state branch. Sir, itna bada pad diya. What do you mean by this? Just take an example. So I am just going to take the example of this complete situation. I just want to read the language of law so that we can enhance our analytical skills. Okay. So in that particular case, what will happen? So in that particular case, हुआ क्या था? I uh, I have branches in Rajasthan and Gujarat and Maharashtra, and I am going to provide any equipment on lease to Gujarat to Maharashtra. In that case, I am getting the leasing amount, okay, lease rent on that particular equipment, or also if there is a same branch, then there is chances that I am not getting the leasing rent. In that case, the same is treated as to be supply or not. So yes, the same is treated as to be supply. GST should be charged on that. If there is remuneration, if there is any leasing rent, in that case, we need to check that the same is as per Rule 28 of CGST rules or not. Or if the same is, if there is no consideration, in that case, we need to decide the consideration as per the valuation rule, rule number 28. That means if a branch is going to provide equipment on lease to another branch, in that case, GST should be charged and valuation should be decided accordingly. That is what is the conclusion of this case study. Next point, advance ruling. Transfer. Movement of leased equipment from Karnataka branch to Tamil Nadu branch on instruction of Maharashtra branch of same assessee when all branches registered separately under GST and ownership of such equipment remained with Maharashtra branch of aforesaid transaction being out of Maharashtra, and Maharashtra Advance Ruling Authority has no jurisdiction to pronounce ruling as to whether such transaction amounts to supply or not. The second situation is that जहां पर तमिलनाडु ब्रांच कर्नाटका ब्रांच को ट्रांसफर कर रही है, कर्नाटका ब्रांच इज गोइंग टू ट्रांसफर दैट इक्विपमेंट टू तमिलनाडु ब्रांच एंड यू आर गोइंग टू आस्क टू महाराष्ट्र ब्रांच to Maharashtra AAR authority for determining that the particular transaction is a supply or not. This is not a correct way. That means what we need to go, what we consider from that particular case study. Suppose if the matter is related to Rajasthan, in that case I need to file a AAR authority application in Rajasthan itself. So AAR and AAR authorities are state specific. If the case is related to a particular उसका origin ओरिजिनेटेड स्टेट कौन सा है, कहां से वो जनरेट हुआ है ट्रांजेक्शन, वो वाला स्टेट यहाँ पर काउंट होगा और उस स्टेट के अंदर यहाँ पर जाकर के AAR अथॉरिटी और AAR अथॉरिटी के पास में एप्लीकेशन फाइल हो जाएगी. So in that particular case, applicant is not allowed to file the ruling application before Maharashtra double AR authority, because the case is related to Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. Okay, next, issue as to what documents to be during supply of goods not covered within the ambit of section 97 of Central Goods and Services Tax, hence no ruling can be pronounced thereof. सर, यहाँ पर तो उन्होंने एप्लीकेशन लगाई और उनको रूलिंग नहीं मिली, बट आई एम गोइंग टू प्रोवाइड द सजेशन. सपोज माय ब्रांच इज इन राजस्थान एंड आई एम गोइंग टू मेक द supply of a particular equipment leasing rate on the basis of lease rate to my another branch. In that case, I need to generate the e-way bill challan. Okay, I need to generate the delivery challan, or in that delivery challan, I need to clearly mention that particular transfer of that particular equipment is on account of branch transfer. Okay, and on that particular part, we are going to take the lease rent of it. मैक्सिमम टाइम हम लोग क्या काम करते हैं एज अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, एज अ कंसल्टेंट, क्लाइंट का फोन आया, क्लाइंट इज गोइंग टू कॉल टू अस एंड asking for a particular consultancy in case of e-way bill or all that, and we are also busy in our day to day practices. In that case कई बार हम लोग उसको गलत कंसल्टेंसी दे देते हैं. So in that case we need to be very much careful for that. When we are going to provide any consultancy to our client, in that case we need to sure for that also. Next, case study related to double AR authority Maharashtra, partly edu skills foundations. Sir, valuation intermediary facilitator. Applicant acts as a facilitator under National Employability Enhancement Mission NEEM and engaged in providing trainees to various institutes for which service charges are collected from the training institutions. Stipend received from training institution is disbursed to trainees, whether stipend paid by entities training institution to applicant to be further paid to trainee in full would form a part of taxable supply of services provided by the applicant. Sir, what is this? Suppose there is a employment enhancement mission, that is NEEM. Okay, NEEM is going to certain recruitment, certain job opportunities or certain training requirements from various companies. Okay, और वो कंपनीज की ट्रेनिंग की रिक्वायरमेंट के बेसिस पे ट्रेनीज जो है कंपनी को असाइन करता है. नीम इज गोइंग टू प्रोवाइड द ट्रेनीज टू दैट पर्टिकुलर एंटिटी. In that case, NEEM is going to charge commission from that particular company. Okay, and also company is going to provide the stipend to that NEEM, and NEEM is going to pay that complete stipend to the students or the trainees. In that case, on commission income, GST should be charged. Question is that the stipend which is collected by the NEEM to the entity and paying the same amount, paying the whole amount to the trainees, in that case the same should be taxable, GST should be charged, or the same is treated as pure agent. What is it? So we are going to read the language. Trainees are providing services to entities and training institutions against which stipend is payable. Such stipend is paid by training institute as per NEEM regulation, and applicant is acting as an intermediary in collecting stipend from training institutes and then disbursing it to trainees without making any deduction. Applicant is used as a for payment of stipend. Such amount stipend is not taxable in hand of applicant and not required to be added to the transaction value, because the NEEM is doing this activity as a pure agent. If you got my point. Okay, sir. You got the point of pure agent, because he is collecting the same from the entity and paying the same to the students. There is no deduction, there is no ratio of that particular NEEM institution. Okay, sir. So this case study is also relevant for us regarding trainees. If we are going to hire trainees from any institution, and we are going to pay stipend to that particular entity, what will be the situation? We can take the reference of this case study. This decision is pronounced by the AAR authority. Now, आंध्र प्रदेश इंडस्ट्रियल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कॉर्पोरेशन लिमिटेड डबल एआर अथॉरिटी आंध्र प्रदेश ने यहां पर डिसीजन दिया है. डिसीजन हैज बीन प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय द डबल एआर अथॉरिटी आंध्र प्रदेश. सर, व्हाट इज द मैटर? फर्स्ट वी नीड टू डिस्कस ऑन दैट. वैल्यूएशन इंटरेस्ट Land allotted by Andhra Pradesh Industrial Infrastructure Corporation Limited to entrepreneurs by collecting 25% of cost of land cost at the time of allotment, and remaining 75% is payable along with interest at the rate of 16% in 8 equal installment. Whether interest amount received on balanced land cost by APPICL forms part of taxable supply. Suppose in that particular case, what is happening? That particular governmental corporation limited is providing land, and on that particular land he is collecting 25% advance and 75% he will receive in 8 installment, also charging the interest. Then GST should be charged on that interest part or not? Sir, question is that GST should be charged on interest or not? As per law, on financial interest there is no GST, but this interest is on account of doing something, that is providing the land, and he is getting the amount after in 8 installment. That means this interest is on account of act. So GST should be charged. Now we are going to discuss the conclusion of this case. When we will decide, then we will decide. Okay, अभी मैं आपको पहले से कुछ नहीं बता रहा. First we are going to read the language, and on the basis of that language we are going to decide. Contract executed between APIICL and its beneficiaries shall be treated as supply of service in term of entry at para 5E of Schedule 2 of CGST Act. Beneficiaries are under an obligation to pay annual installment along with interest at the rate of 16%. Same is provided for in said contract, and payment of remaining amount along with interest is on option provided to the beneficiaries by assessee. Interest on credit facilities allowed is a part of value of taxable supply in term of section 15 subsection 2 subclause number D of CGST Act, as interest amount received on annual installment form part of transaction value, and GST should be payable on that. Sir, my any amount is available in bank account. If there is any interest, in that case there is no GST. Okay, but interest in that particular case, interest in on account of providing of land before, and you are going to make the payment in due course, so interest should be charged. This is the decision which is pronounced by the double AR authority, Andhra Pradesh. Very important decision at all. Now case number 61, case 61, double AR authority Uttarakhand का decision है. In that particular case decision is pronounced by the double AR authority Uttarakhand. Valuation, goods transport services, free of cost material, diesel, whether price of diesel filled by service recipient, free of cost and vehicle provided by service provider is includable in value of supply. Sir, question is that I am a transporter, okay, and Mr. X has demanded certain particular product, and they are going to take my transportation services, and they are providing me the fuel. Okay, fuel is provided by my recipient who is getting my services. Fuel वो provide करवा रहा है free of cost. In that case, that fuel should be charged, the fuel should be taxed, and the fuel should be included in the taxable value or not? This is the question. You got my point, sir? The transportation wala point is okay. I am a transporter agency and my recipient is going to provide me the fuel without any costing. The fuel charges is to be added in taxable value or not? This is the question. Now, without fuel, vehicle does not run, and it is integral part of transporting. It is integral part of transporting goods to ensure vehicle is moved from one place to another, which cannot take place without fuel. To provide service of transportation of goods, actual transportation has to take place, which cannot happen without fuel. GTA service cannot be provided without providing fuel, but by merely issuing consignment note, transportation of goods comes to place only when vehicle is running condition along with operator provided by the service provider. Running condition of vehicle includes maintenance operation including fuel. Price of fuel is included in the taxable value of supply. That means I am a transportation agency, and if my recipient is going to provide me the fuel, in that case also I need to add the same while deciding the taxable value. ओके सर, उसके बिना केवल मैं ट्रांसपोर्टेशन चार्जेस पे यहाँ काम नहीं कर सकता हूं, बिकॉज विदाउट फ्यूल आई कैन नॉट रन माई व्हीकल्स. कई बार क्या होता है, इन केस ऑफ फेक ट्रांजेक्शन, इन केस ऑफ पेपर ट्रांजेक्शन, entity are going to argue that the fuel is on account of the counterparty. In that case, there is no evidence available in my hand, so I am free. So for that purpose, this case study is here, and here the double AR authority has pronounced that that should be included in the value of transaction value at the time of calculation of transaction value, and GST should be charged on that. Now, next point is our double AR authority Gujarat. The decision is pronounced by the double AR authority Gujarat. I am going to read the language of law, and then after we are going to analyze the situation. Section 15. Read with section 17 of CGST Act of Gujarat. Supply taxable value. Value of applicant supplies solar photovoltaic panels and solar EPC services. It is empaneled as channel partner to execute solar rooftop system in Gujarat under Surya Gujarat Yojana 2019-202021. Under said scheme, beneficiaries could avail benefit of 40% of subsidy of solar system cost of system up to 3 kW and 20% of subsidy of solar system of cost of system from 3 kW to 10 kW. Beneficiaries have to pay channel partner amount after deducting subsidy portion from total system cost, and after successful installation of solar system, channel partner has to apply to respective electricity distribution company of regime for subsidy, and fund are released by the respective DISCOM, that is state authority, directly to channel partner, and applicant should advance ruling on whether subsidy should be reduced before arriving at taxable value of solar system in order to collect the GST of goods supplied to consumer under rooftop solar project. That means, what is the question, sir? In Rajasthan also, and in all of the state of all of the states of the India, if you are going to set up a solar plant, okay, in that case, you are going to take certain subsidy from the state government and central government as well. So the question is that what is the implication of that central government or state government GST? What you need to do of that GST? That GST should be part of that taxable value or not the part of that taxable value. So in that case, हम लोगों ने पढ़ा है कि सब्सिडी प्रोवाइडेड बाय द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट और द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट शुड बी द पार्ट ऑफ टैक्सेबल वैल्यू. सो देखते हैं व्हाट इज द डिसीजन pronounced by the double AR authority in that particular case. It is found that applicant has collected subsidy from the government, and this subsidy amount is inclusive of GST, and that DISCOM is only a facilitator between government and the supplier of solar rooftop PV system and disbursing subsidy. Whether therefore subsidy portion provided by government shall not be included in value of supply to arrive at taxable value as per section 15 subsection 2 clause E held yes, whether taxable value on tax invoices issued to customers shall be arrived after deducting subject subsidy from system cost and GST liability will be taxable value held yes, whether further there shall be no implication of section 17 subsection 2 if taxable value is arrived after subtracting subsidy amount from system price. That means if you are getting any type of subsidy from central government, state government, that should be adjusted with your taxable value. That is what is the conclusion of this particular case study of this double AR authority decisions. Sir, conclusively, we can say if I am going to set up a solar power panel, and on that account, if I am getting any subsidy, in that case, I need the value of supply will be the value less the subsidy amount. The balance figure will be value of supply, and GST should be charged on that. Next, double AR authority Karnataka. The decision, sir, I am going to discuss the various situation with you, and I guarantee you, if you are going to read these 200 situations, 200 case studies, your each and every aspect of GST has already covered in these 200 case studies. I had tried my best to cover each and every part of GST law, each and every point of GST law, each and every disputed matter of GST law in these case studies. Okay. And in the next book, which is 800 important judgments under GST, we are going to cover all important judgments of GST in that particular book. Okay, sir. So now, double A authority, case number 43. Canteen facilities provided by employer to employee within factory for which subsidized nominal reduction made from salary of such employee on monthly basis are to be considered as supply of services in term of section 7 subsection 1 read with clause 6 of schedule 2 of section 71 of CGST Act 2017 and liable to GST. That is what is the point, that canteen facility is treated as supply or not. Okay sir, first question is that we had already discussed that if you are going to take return back certain amount from the employee, in that case you need to reverse that input tax credit on the basis of that amount, okay, on the basis of ratios. Now, value of canteen services provided by employer to employee within factories for which subsidized normal reduction are made from salary of such employee on monthly basis is to be determined in term of rule 30 and 31 of CGST rules. So how we can decide the value? This is also an point. First point is the particular supply is treated as supply under GST or not. Second, if the same is treated as supply, in that case, what will be the value of supply? Then GST paid on manpower supply services received by employer and utilized for the providing canteen services to employee would not be available to him as input tax credit. Now, we are going to discuss each and every situation in detail and then after analyze the provisions. Canteen facility provided by employer to employee taxability of subsidized deduction made from salary of employee on monthly basis as a part of cost of meal is rupees 50 per month from payroll union employee and 10 per meal from contractual employees. This is the this amount is getting back from the employee of salary by the particular entity. Okay, sir. Provision of canteen facility by applicant employer to employee within factory at pre-decided nominal and subsidized charges being incidental to their main activity of manufacturing and covered within the term of business under section 2 subsection 17b and the predetermined subsidized charges recovered from salary to be considered as consideration under section 2 subsection 31. Further provides of such canteen facilities by employer to employees not being optional but obligatory on part of said employer in term of Factories Act 1948 and having been rendered during course of furtherance of their business amounts to supply under section 7 subsection 1. We had already discussed on that. Sir, if the same is obligatory because number of my employees exceeded by 250, so I need to maintain the canteen facility. And if I'm going to provide that canteen facility to my employee, in that case, the same should be treated as supply under GST. So this is the one question and answer is there. Okay, sir. Now, next question. How we can do the valuation in that particular case? Canteen facility provided by applicant employer to its employee where subsidized and nominal charges are recovered therefore from their salary whether taxable value is to be subsidized and nominal amount deducted from the salary of employer on monthly basis as a part of cost of meal, it should be some other value employer and employee being related person in term of explanation A subclause number 3 to section 15 and the price not being sole consideration for said supply provision of section 15 subsection 1 is not applicable in case of employer and employee relationship. We know this point very well. Okay, in that particular case if I'm talking from point of view of valuation, in that case buyer and supplier is not the related person. Further, in view of provision of section 15.4, read with Rule 28C of Central Goods and Services Tax Rule 2017, since services supplied by employer being canteen services where open market value and value of services like kind and quality is not available, value of said aforesaid supplies as per rule number 30 and 31. That means this is the in case if I am an employer and I am going to provide the canteen facility to my employees, that means related person. Okay, valuation should be done as per rule number 28, that is open market value and similar kind and quality and quantity. If open market value is not available and similar kind, quantity and quality is not available, in that case I can take the reference of rule number 30 and 31. That is what is the pronounced by the AAR authority. Sir, for next question. Sir, you got the questions and the answers? Input tax credit heading number 9963 classification. Manpower supplied services received by applicant employer for providing canteen services to their employees. Since canteen services provided by employer covered under SAC 996333 and attracted 5% GST without ITC in term of serial number 7 of notification number this and this. GST paid on manpower supply services would not be available to them as ITC. That means GST is not available in that particular case. If you are going to provide the canteen and restaurant services and you are going to pay the tax at the rate of 5%, in that case there is no input tax rate is available. So conclusively I can say, if I am an employer and I am going to provide the canteen facility, the same shall be treated as supply. Sir, how we can decide the value? So go to the rule number 28, open market value, similar kind, quality or quantity. If you are not going to decide with that, in that case sir, you can decide with the reference of rule number 30 and 31. Sir, what about the input tax rate on account of manpower? So in that case, if you are going to pay 5% tax on your outward supply, in that case you are not eligible to take any type of input tax credit. Sir, is that okay? This case study is okay. Very much relevant case study. एम्प्लॉयर एम्प्लॉय कैंटीन फैसिलिटी को पूरी तरह से ये केस स्टडी कवर कर लेती है. इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस स्टडी completely cover that canteen facility mechanism. Next, Galaxy Homes Private Limited, double AR authority Kerala का decision है. This decision is pronounced by the double AR authority Kerala. So in that particular case, I just first want to read the matter, and then after we are going to do the analysis of that particular matter. Sir, अब हम लोग जितने भी केस स्टडीज डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस ऑन द केस स्टडीज इन विच देयर आर 3 or 4 क्वेश्चंस आर देयर, एंड इन दैट पर्टिकुलर 3 or 4 क्वेश्चंस आर देयर, 3 or 4 प्रोविजंस आर देयर, एंड ऑल प्रोविजंस आर वेरी मच रिलेवेंट. सो बी केयरफुल फॉर दैट. मुझे पता है आफ्टरनून का टाइम है. इफ पॉसिबल टेक 1 cup of tea or coffee, whatever you want, so that it will be more comfortable for you. So sir, next matter, residential apartment construction services heading number 9954 concessional rate. Applicant real estate developer has purchased land in its name. Developer ने खुद के नाम से कोई लैंड बाय की. Developer has bought land with his own name, has obtained building permit, and it has entered into 2 agreements with customers, one for sale of undivided share of land and another for construction of apartment. GST is not collected on the amount of collected for undivided share of land, but same was collected for apartment construction at the rate of 18%. Applicant project is satisfying all condition of definition of ongoing project as occurring clause 20 of para number 4 of notification number 11/2017 सेंट्रल टैक्स रेट dated 28/6/2017 as amended by notification number 3/2019. Applicant is eligible and has exercised option for continuing with payment of tax at old rates in respect of ongoing project. Project is not covered under any of schemes specified under item IE of serial number 3 of said notification. Therefore, applicant is not eligible for concessional rate at the rate of 12%. Applicant is liable to pay GST at the rate of 18%. That means Galaxy Home has got an a land, had bought an a land and decided to build an apartment on that particular land, and they supposing that they are going to pay GST at the rate of 12% on apartment. Okay, but as per the notification, as per the notification and entry serial number 3, the same is not covered under the, because the contract is related to the governmental entity, governmental organization, and they are doing the work on private basis, hence the rate of GST will be 18%. So first question is related to rate of GST in case of building on their own account. They are buying that land, they are going to develop the apartment. In that case, rate of GST will be 18%. Okay, land part, there is no GST. On the building part, there is GST. That means on 1/3 there is no GST. On 2/3 there is GST. Next, valuation. Sir, first point is related to our rate. What will be the rate now? what will be the value, on which value the rate 18% is to be paid. We had decided that if you are going to develop the residential apartments, in that case GST rate will be 18%. Now question is that, sir, what will be the value on which I need to pay the taxes? So for that purpose, residential apartment applicant real estate developer being service provider entered into two agreement with customer, one for sale of an undivided share of land and another for construction of apartment. The first part is sale of a share of land and another part is construction of apartment. In terms of paragraph 2 of notification number 11/2017 dated 28/6/2017, value of land and undivided share of land should be deemed to be one third of the total amount charged for supply irrespective of actual value of land. Accordingly, applicant is eligible to avail deduction of one third of total amount charged for supply of arriving at taxable value. That means जो total value है उसका one third is to be treated as your land ka part. There is no requirement to pay GST. On that balance two third, you need to pay the GST at the rate of 18%. So first question, rate 18%. Second question, valuation less one third, on balance amount you need to pay the tax. Next, construction of residential apartment. Sir, what will be the time of supply? Provision of section 13 of Central Goods and Services Tax Act 2017 will apply to determination of time of supply. That means if you want to decide the time of supply in case of construction contract, the same is covered under the supply of services, and rate should be the time should be decided as per section 13 of CGST Act. Sir, three things in this particular case study we had discussed. First is related to our rate, second is related to our valuation, third is related to our time of supply. Next, again three questions are there. In case of Gujarat High Court का decision है Munjal Manish Bhai Bhatt versus Union of India. Sir, I just want to read the matter first, and then after we are going to discuss the decision pronounced by the Honorable High Court. Construction services, valuation, reduction of land value, that is one third. Constitutional validity, whether paragraph in notification number 11/2017 central tax rate providing for one third reduction with respect to land and undivided share of land is in cases of construction contract involving element of land is ultra virus provision of CGST Act, Gujarat GST Act, violating of Article 14 of Constitution of India. That means यहाँ पर चैलेंज किया गया किसको? Party has challenged that one third part of that particular land. Now, legislative intent is to impose tax on construction activity undertaken by the supplier at behest and for the pursuant of the contract with recipient. It has no intention to impose tax on supply of land in any form, and it is for that reason it is provided in Schedule 3 of CGST Act. A charge of taxes on supply of goods and services made and agreed to be made for a consideration. Imposition of tax can only be on construction activity which is undertaken by supplier at the behest of the proposed buyer. Paragraph number 2 of notification number 11/2017 central tax rate dated 28/6/2017 is ultra virus provisions as well as the scheme of GST Act. Application of such mandatory uniform rate of one third reduction is discriminatory, arbitrary and violative of Article 14 of Constitution of India. Reduction was contemplated in 14th GST Council meeting where ascertaining land value in flats is difficult. Sir, on the particular building we are going to decide that one third part is land, but if there is a flats of 10, 15, 20, 30, 50 stories, in that case on per flat are you going to decide the one third as a land? How you can decide? So for that purpose this ground is there taken by the Honorable High Court. सो वी नीड टू टेक केयर ऑफ दिस. इससे पहले हो सकता है हमारा दिमाग इस वे में सोच ही नहीं रहा हो कि यार फ्लैट के केस में वन थर्ड क्या होगी. हम तो क्या सोचते हैं कि लिखा हुआ है लॉ में वन थर्ड इज लैंड, वी आर गोइंग टू डू दैट, वन थर्ड इज लैंड. व्हाट अबाउट द व्हाट अबाउट इन केस ऑफ योर फ्लैट्स? सो mandatory deduction will be available only at the option of taxable person in cases where actual value of land or undivided share of land is not ascertainable, where a detailed statutory mechanism for determination of value is available, then deeming fiction cannot be justified on the basis it is meant to grab evidence of avoidance of tax when such fiction is leading to arbitrary consequences. That means, sir, this is the clear indication that when you are going to buy a building, in that account, if you are easily identify the value of land or there is a mechanism to identify the value of land, in that case, there is no requirement of one third. Okay, this is not the mandatory provision that one third you need to do. If there is no any provision is available, there is no any mechanism is available, in that case you are going to do the one third. But if there is any mechanism available, in that case you need to do that, follow that particular mechanism. This is the decision pronounced by the High Court. Sir, most important judgments. Next. Next question is that department clarification scope of notification prescribing deduction in computing taxable value, whether for determining quantum of tax imposable, flat deduction can be stipulated by delegated legislation. सर, क्वेश्चन इज दैट क्या हम लोग क्वांटम के बेसिस पे वैल्यू ऑफ लैंड को डिसाइड कर सकते हैं क्या? वन कैन डिसाइड द वैल्यू ऑफ लैंड ऑन द basis of quantum of tax. Suppose the tax is high, in that case we can say that land is not one third, land is two third. We can do this. This is the situation. So for that purpose, what is the ground? Sir, when I am going to read the language, you also need to read the language from the books, and if possible, then try to underline the language, because I have one more book is available. Okay, in that particular book, I had just prepared the charts. अगर मैं चाहता तो मैं आपको केवल वो चार्ट ही प्रोवाइड करा देता. There was no requirement to provide that particular type of book, or there is no requirement to compile that particular type of case studies, because charts are also available with me. So I can directly provide that particular charts. But I don't want to do this. The reason behind this, that I don't want to spoon feed. I want that you should read the language, you should analyze the provisions, you should analyze the grounds, so that it will be helpful in our day-to-day life. Because you are not students. We all are chartered accountants, or we all are professionals. We all are. You might be you all are departmental authorities. So whatever will be the situation, you have the knowledge. And if I'm talking from knowledge point of view, if I'm talking from interpretation point of view, if I'm talking from analysis point of view, then I think you all have knowledge more than me. आप सबके पास में शायद मुझसे बहुत ज्यादा नॉलेज है एनालिसिस के पॉइंट पे, इंटरप्रिटेशन के पॉइंट पे. So I am just going to provide these things so that we can analyze on the various situation or various grounds. Now, fixed deduction towards land cannot be provided by way of notification where actual price is available, as tax has to be imposed on actual price if it is available. If there is actual price of land is available, in that case you just need to deduct that land value and the balance amount पे आपको GST should be charged. That is what is the principle which is pronounced. Okay. Dimming fiction can be applied only where actual value is not ascertainable. Mandatory application of dimming fiction of one third of total agreement of value towards land, even though actual value of land is ultra virus statutory provision of CGST Act. The common principle, the common provision is there. Okay, sir. That means value of land is, if you have the value of land in your books of accounts, you need to reduce that. If the value of land is not there, in that case you need to do the one third. Okay, sir. That is what is the provision of this. Sale of land, developed land, GST liability, whether GST is payable on developed land where development activity was not undertaken for prospective buyer. Suppose I have a land and I have done certain development activities on that particular land, and at that time I am not going to do that development activities for selling that particular land, and I am not doing that development activity as per the perspective of my buyer, of my proposed buyer. Sir, then what will be the GST? GST is payable on that or not. So in that case, where a tripartite agreement is entered into after land is already developed by the developer, then such development activity was not undertaken for prospective buyer, GST is not leviable on sale of developed land. Sale of land under Schedule 3 of CGST Act covers sale of developed land as deduction in term of notification number 11/2017 is granted for any transfer of land which includes developed or undeveloped land. Suppose I have a land. I had already done the development work. Now I am going to sell that particular land. In that case, there is no GST. But next situation is there. Someone is coming to me and say that I want to buy that land, but I need certain development in that particular land. Can you do this? I can say yes. I can do that particular development, and then after I am going to sell you the particular land. In that case, on that development charges, GST should be charged. ओके सर, अब उस सिचुएशन को मैनिपुलेट किया जा सकता है, यस मैनिपुलेशन इज पॉसिबल. सो दिस इज कंप्लीटली बेस्ड ऑन योर एग्रीमेंट. So whenever you are going to file any agreement with the any authority, I am not talking from GST, income tax or wealth tax or company's point of view. If you are going to provide any agreement to any authority, in that case you need to check it that each and every terms and conditions which is mentioned in that agreement is correct or not. Okay, sir. Now next, double AR authority, Andhra Pradesh. What is the matter? Value mining services. Applicant stated that under Mines and Minerals Act 1957 read with National Miners Exploration Trust Rules 2015, mining leaseholder required to pay specified sum as a percentage of royalty to the government. Certain amount was also payable to district minor mineral foundation. Contention of applicant that such payment are in nature of statutory obligation and are not in form of any fee or charge collected by central and state government. There is no quid pro quo. Applicant also argued that contributions are not in for any supply of service by government. They are not treatable as consideration but are in nature of tax and not liable to GST. So the basically the question is that there is GST on royalty or not. We are going to pay royalty. So the GST on royalty or not. There is a matter which is pending on royalty on service tax. Okay. And department has demanded the royalty of service tax from 1st July 2016 to 30th June 2017, that is before completion of our GST. उन्होंने वहां पर रॉयल्टी पर सर्विस टैक्स की डिमांड की है अंडर रिवर्स चार्ज मैकेनिज्म. सेम पॉइंट इज हियर. सो नाउ what is the decision pronounced by the AAR authority? Charges levied under MMDR Act are made to be charges levied under any law other than the GST Act. So payment made are includable in the value of supply in addition to royalty paid and can be called a total consideration received for granting mining and leasing right and services provided as a single price of license of extract mineral and right to use mineral extracted where consideration is payable under three heads, and if any of the payment is not made, permit will not be issued. Hence, the same should be part of your transaction value and GST should be charged on that royalty amount. This decision is pronounced by the AAR authority. This decision is also very much relevant because when we are talking from service tax point of view and royalty reverse charge in case of royalty under service tax regime, in that case also there was multiple decisions was available, but here in GST should be paid on reverse charge basis on royalty because the royalty is not the tax under GST. You can say royalty is a tax, but royalty is not a tax under GST. So for that purpose the same should be included in the value of supply and GST should be charged as per section 15 of CGST Act. Read with section 7 of CGST Act. Sir, okay, sir. Next question is related to our AAR authority Karnataka. Section 15 read with section 9 of Central Goods and Services Tax Act of Karnataka Goods and Services Tax Supply, taxable supply. Value applicant is supplying services to manpower to Karnataka State Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University and Karnataka State Warehouse Corporation. Application short advance booking on valuation of manpower services being provided by it to its consumer. Whether value of taxable supply of manpower services transaction value equivalent to bill amount which is inclusive of actual wages of manpower supplied and additional 2% of amount paid to the applicant. Sir, if I am providing any manpower services, if I am going to provide any manpower services to any governmental authority, that is State Rural Development Panchayat Raj University, in that particular case, what will be the value of supply? So for that purposes here value of supply means the actual basis plus 2% यहाँ पर add करने का एक provision है. Sir, the 2% amount is not under any law. This is just a fair valuation basis पे उन्होंने decide किया on the basis of fair valuation as per schedule 1 of CGST Act. So that purpose GST should be charged. So for that manpower, this is the provision. Sir, there is huge difference between royalty and pure agent. Sir, pure agent is a completely another aspect, and royalty is completely another aspect. Pure agent means, suppose I am a chartered accountant and I am paying the MCA fees on the basis of my client, suppose 10,000 rupees, and I am getting back that 10,000 rupees from my client. In that case, I am doing the act as a pure agent, because 10,000 I am collecting from my client and paying the same to the departmental authority. There is no any ratio in hand of me. So for that purpose, I am doing the act as a pure agent. But in case of royalty, you are using that particular land for the mining purposes, and for that purpose you are going to pay something to the departmental authority. So for the use of that land you are going to pay, that same should be considered as your royalty. Okay, we cannot say that royalty is a tax. Okay, because royalty is for using something. Royalty is a consideration for using something. Is that okay, sir? नेक्स्ट ट्रिपल ए अथॉरिटी छत्तीसगढ़ ने ये वाला डिसीजन दिया है. दिस डिसीजन इज प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय द triple AR authority Chhattisgarh. Now I just want to read the matter, then after we are going to discuss on the conclusion. Valuation. FOC items, whether value of diesel filled on free of cost by service recipient where charting vehicles would form part of value of supply of service, and GST is payable on such value of diesel under GTA services. Sir, the same case study we had already discussed, so I am not going to discuss on that. Inbox contact of RTP, paid royalty charges for. I'm not good getting your point. Can you please elaborate it in the WhatsApp group so that we can discuss it on in our tomorrow session, or we can discuss it in WhatsApp group? Is that possible? So we can discuss this issue in WhatsApp group, and we can discuss the same in our tomorrow session. There is no issue with that, because I need more clarity in that particular case. I am not getting your point. What do you want to share? Regarding royalty and works contract, you are at this. So please raise this query in the WhatsApp group, elaborate something. If possible, then record your voice and send the same in the WhatsApp group, so that I can understand the situation in a better way. Yes, we can do this. We can um, discuss the case studies in a fluent way. Okay, with example we can do this, but for today I just think we need to read the language of law also, because by doing this we can get the knowledge of analysis. Okay, we can get the analytical tricks also. In our tomorrow session I am going to share certain example with related to the case studies. Okay, and today also we are going to do this, not an issue. And be assured, I am going to cover each and every case study. We are going to cover 200 case studies 100%. If we are not going to cover within tomorrow, then we are going to take an extension for 2 hours also. Okay, there is no issue with that. अपने को जल्दी जाने का कहीं इश्यू नहीं है. ऐसा नहीं है कि अपने को बस अपन ने 2 दिन का डिसाइड किया, 2 दिन में जितना हो जाएगा उतना कर लेंगे. अगर हमने 200 केस स्टडी ली है, तो इन दैट केस वी आर गोइंग टू कवर ईच एंड एवरी केस स्टडी. और अगर यहाँ पर 20 30 40 केस स्टडीज अगर रह भी जाएगी, not an issue. We are going to cover, we are going to take one extended session for 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever will be the amount of time. Okay, sir. So be assured for that. There is no issue with that. Just my requirement is that your concept regarding each and every case study should be clear. You got that point, you got that knowledge, you got that point that you can do the analysis of each and every situation related to the GST. That is what is the purpose of this session. So, sir, Sri Jeet Transport Triple A Authority Chhattisgarh. In that case, we had already discussed on that. If recipient of service is going to provide diesel, in that particular case, the diesel should be added in the transaction value and GT has to pay the tax according to that. We had already discussed on that. The same provision, the same question is asked with Triple AR Authority Chhattisgarh, and the same decision is pronounced in that particular case also. Okay, sir. Now, next, Double AR Authority Gujarat. What is the matter? First, I am just going to read the matter. E-commerce operator classification SSC 996412. Passenger transportation services radio taxi. Applicant intends to own, develop an electronic digital platform for booking of cab. Contention of applicant that they are covered under electronic commerce operator and liable to pay GST on transaction value of transportation services. As if he is supplier of service. Applicant is of view that discount offered to consumers not liable to be included in the taxable value and GST would be payable on the net ride charges through drivers are paid ride charges without deducting discount offered by the applicant. Double AR authority agrees with the submission of applicant, and applicant is an e-commerce operator and shall be liable to be registered and is liable to pay GST. Value of supply of passenger transportation services shall be net amount arrived after deduction of discount from gross value. GST shall be levied at the rate of 5%. That means, sir, this is a very important decision for cab and radio taxi, Ola, Uber, and all that. When we are going to do that Ola, Uber, in that case, the value is shown as 150 rupees for that particular ride, and you are going to take the discount of 20 rupees. Okay. Although 150 rupees is completely paid to that particular driver, and on the discount part. So, on which amount we need to charge the GST? So, we need to charge the GST on the value less discount. Okay, we need to charge the GST on value less discount. We need to charge the GST on value less discount. Okay, sir. This is the case study. Next case study is related to our double AR authority Maharashtra. Double AR authority Maharashtra. Contract awarded by National Highway Authority of India NHAI for construction of road during pre-GST period. While contract was executed only after GST law was introduced, cost was escalated as per the price escalation clause of contracts. Whether such escalated value shall be liable for inclusion of taxable value or not. Suppose any contract is awarded before 1st July 2017 and works is started after GST. Now you are going to start the construction work and you are getting the amount from the authorities. In that case, what will happen? So, for that purpose, no supply was made during pre-GST period and no invoices was raised during the said period. Time of supplies during the GST period, invoice or payment whichever is earlier. So, यहाँ पर invoice or payment both are after the GST period. So, the time of supply is your during the GST period. Value of supply of goods or services both shall be transaction value as per the GST law because the applicant and NHAI is not the related person and price is the sole consideration. So, transaction will be also included escalated value recovered from NHAI by applicant. Escalated price and value is to be added to contract price which shall be liable to payment of GST. Actual transaction value which includes escalated value should be considered for payment of tax. That means suppose there is any contract is awarded before GST. In that case, what we need to do if all the work is after GST? In that case, we need to take the transaction value because time of supply is invoice of payment whichever is earlier. So invoice or payment both is after the GST. So GST should be charged on the escalated price. So in that particular case study, we had discussed on the time of supply and value of supply as per valuation rules. Next case study. Double AR authority. और सपोज अपन सबके कई सारे क्वेश्चंस होते हैं, कई सारे डाउट्स होते हैं, बाय रीडिंग these case studies and by reading all these practical scenarios, we all are getting answers of our doubts. I am supposing that if I am right, then the comment in the chat box matter. Old and used motor vehicle heading number 8703 classification. Applicant purchased car for use in its business and did not avail input tax rate of GST paid on it, but claimed depreciation under Income Tax Act 1961. Applicant intends to sell those second-hand cars. In that case, second-hand and used car falls under entry number 3 of notification number 8/2017. GST is payable at the rate of 18%. अब यहाँ पर in that particular case उसने applicant has bought second hand goods and he is going to sell that particular goods. In that case he need to pay the tax on margin money at the rate of 18%. That is, he bought that particular card as 50,000 rupees and he is going to sell the same as 60,000 rupees. In that case, on that particular 10,000 rupees, that is on margin, GST should be paid. Suppose on that particular second hand goods, if he had claimed the input tax credit, in that case, he need to pay the tax on complete sell value, complete transaction value. Next, valuation. Now, this is asked question about valuation. Second hand and used car. Applicant purchased car for use in its business and did not avail input tax credit on GST paid on it, but claimed depreciation under Income Tax Act. Question as to value on GST shall be charged when such car is sold. So, what will be the value we need to take? So, for that purpose, we need to take second hand and used car fall under entry number 3 of notification number 8/2017. Specific notification regarding car value of intended supply shall be difference between consideration received for supply of said car and depreciated value on date of supply, GST payable 18%. That means suppose the depreciated value is 60,000 rupees. In your books, WDV, written down value is 60,000 rupees, and you are going to sell the book car at 70,000 rupees. In that case, you need to pay GST on 10,000 rupees at the rate of 18%. But suppose the written down value is 60,000, you are going to sell at 50,000. In that case, negative value, there is no requirement to pay any type of GST. That is what is the valuation specific in case of car. Is that okay, sir? And other second hand goods, buying minus selling, if negative difference, no GST. If positive difference, need to pay the GST on margin money only. We had already discussed on that provision. Sir, you are getting my point. Next, double R authority Tamil Nadu. Situation is related to double R authority Tamil Nadu. Valuation. Related to valuation. Sir, valuation is also in a very important part of law. Whenever there is certain litigation or at the time of a business audit, departmental audit, they are going to check the valuation part also. So we need to very much careful for that also. Transportation services toll charges. Whether toll charges paid to access road or bridge are liable to included in the value of outward supply of service of renting of vehicle for transporting. Employee of service recipient toll charges paid are later reimbursed by recipient on actual, and such charges are mentioned by service provider separately in the invoices. That means, suppose I am going to provide the transportation services for taking the employee from their residential place to the factory premises. In that particular case, certain toll charges is charged by the toll department. In that case, I need to pay GST on that toll charges or not. That is what is the question. Now, what is the answer? Applicant is providing supply of service of renting of vehicle for transportation of employee of service recipient. Toll charges are paid as consideration for service for access to road, which is considered as incidental expense for said principal supply. This is incidental expense, and if I am when the word used as incidental expense, that means the same should be added into transaction value and GST should be paid. That means on that particular toll charges, GST should be paid. Then this will be the part of your taxable value. You need to add the same while deciding the transaction value, and GST should be charged on that particular toll charges. Is that okay, sir? Now, Triple AR authority Maharashtra, Triple AR authority West Bengal. Next case study was of Triple AR authority West Bengal. Composite supply, milling of food grain exemption. Applicant is engaged in business of providing services of job work by crushing food grains, fortifying same with micronutrients and packing them in a labeled polypack as per the specification. Consideration for job work is received in both cash and kind by way of sale of retained gunny bags and by products like band and refractor. Whether exemption is available of services supplied to food and supplies department for distribution under public distribution system PDS, जो ये जो गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स होती है, they are going to provide that particular bags in that particular schemes. So in that case, exemption is available or not, they are on job work basis. Now, authority of advance ruling, opening that non-cash consideration will be actual sum received for open market of on supply of gunny bag, valuation of composite supplies agreed upon price between Food Supplies Department and such agreed upon price includes notional value of goods retained by Miller, irrespective of actual disposal price in future, as value of goods is composite supplies not more than 25% of total supply of value, as all the conditions are satisfied, imposed supply of services covered under the exemption from GST. Sir, जब आप दाल पल्सेस इनको मिक्स करने का काम कर रहे हो, दे आर exempt under GST, and you are going to do the packing work, you are going to do the labeling work. In that case, the product is exempt under GST. There is no GST chargeable on that particular product. In that case, the ancillary part related to that particular supply, that is principal part, is your food product. Then after uski packing job work is your ancillary part. In that case, the same should not be charged as GST. The same is treated as your composite supply. So this situation covered under composite supply, a very good example of composite supply. We need to be very much careful for that. In case of composite supply related to food grains, and you are doing the job work on that particular product, and your client is doing the job work on that product, in that case, the supply is exempt. So there is no GST. The ancillary service is also treated as your exempt supply, because you are going to do the PDS system, the government का system है, you are going to provide the same in that system. Now, double AR authority Maharashtra. Section 5 of IGST Act 2017 levy and collection, applicant engaged in manufacturing of edible oils intend to import crude soybean oil on CIF basis, which include component of octane freight into price of imported goods. Whether applicant shall again be liable to pay IGST on octane freight paid on imported goods under RCM held? Yes, sir. अभी हम लोगों ने डिस्कस किया था कुछ ही टाइम पहले एक केस स्टडी वी हैड ऑलरेडी डिस्कस्ड इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस स्टडी. If you are going to do any import of any particular goods and there is any transportation charges added on that particular import, in that case you just need to pay tax on that value of goods. But in that case, double AR authority Madhya Pradesh has pronounced that on transportation value you need to pay the tax also. So sir, डबल AR ट्रिपल AR अथॉरिटी में केस टू केस सिचुएशन में डिफरेंस आने वाला है. यू फाउंड वेरियस डिफरेंसेस, यू फाउंड मल्टीपल डिफरेंसेस इन केस ऑफ डिसीजन प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय वन डबल AR अथॉरिटी एंड अनदर डबल AR अथॉरिटी. दिस इज कंप्लीटली बेस्ड ऑन द प्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ फैक्ट्स, प्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ सिचुएशन. ओके सर, सो फ्रॉम that decision you are not you need to pay the tax on transportation charges also. But if I am taking the reference of the earlier case study, in that case, from that case study there was no requirement to pay the transportation charges. For that purpose we need to be careful for that. Next is our double AR authority Gujarat. In case of, what is the situation, we are going to discuss the matter, and on the basis of that matter we are going to discuss the conclusion. Total 4 or 5 situations are there, so we are going to discuss on each and every situation one by one, so that we can develop our knowledge. Now, section number 2, subsection 69 of Central Goods and Services Tax Act 2017. Section 2, subsection 69 of Gujarat Goods and Services Tax Act 2017. Local Authority Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation launched Bus Rapid Transit System BRTS, and for smooth Rollout of BRTS, it's incorporate special purpose vehicle, that is SPV, that is applicant AGL to run and operate buses under rapid transit system. Funds of AGL have not been notified as local municipal funds by any legislative act passed by Gujarat legislature and by Gujarat Treasurer rules. AGL has separate legal existence and is legal person incorporate with Registrar of Companies. Whether LGL does not merit to be classified as local authority, क्या एजीएल को यहाँ पर लोकल अथॉरिटी ट्रीट किया जाना चाहिए? क्वेश्चन इज दैट no, because AGL is a separate entity registered under the Companies Act. You cannot treat it as a local authority. So this is the practical situation. If you are going to do any automation in any system, in that case, for that purpose, you are going to develop an entity. Okay, we can say this is an intermediary entity. Okay, and the first party is also in a governmental entity, and second party is also in a governmental entity, and the middle party is your company. In that case, you cannot say this party as the local entity local. Okay, you cannot decide as a local authority. This is the situation. Next situation, classification of services. Security services. Up now, what will be the happen? Now here they are providing the bus services, okay, management services. In that case, they need the security personnel. So RCM is applicable on that security services or not? So yes, RCM will be applicable on services and GST can be claimed on that. Okay sir, we all know that security services is covered under the reverse charge mechanism, and accordingly GST should be charged and you can claim the input tax credit. That means sir, in 2 points what we had discussed, bus system का automation करना था. For that purpose they had created one entity, and entity should not be the local authority, okay, because this is in a private company which is registered under ROC. Second point, they engage certain security personnel for security services. RCM should be payable or not? Yes, RCM should be payable, GST should be payable under reverse charge mechanism. Second situation, if AGL is going to do any advertisement, because this is in a new system, they are going to implement the same. This is in a new system. For that purpose, if AGL is going to do certain advertisement regarding that, because new system they need to do certain advertisement, and for that purpose, can they do the advertisement services, and can AGL is liable to pay GST on advertisement services supplied by him? तो yes, उसको उसके ऊपर GST पे करना पड़ेगा. Suppose they implemented the procedure of buses, okay, then after they taken the security personnel, then after to promote they are going to take certain advertisement services. They are eligible to take the input tax credit on that advertisement services. Also on that buses they are going to do certain advertisement. वहां पर उन्होंने कुछ promotion के लिए कुछ बोर्ड लगाए हैं. They are also going to do multiple advertisement. In that particular case, on that particular advertisement, they are charging GST or not? So they should charge the GST. AGL is liable to pay GST on advertisement services supplied by it. Yes. Okay. Now next, AGL अपन ने बोला AGL. AGL is a private company. Okay, is doing the work on the basis of the Gujarat State Board and the another governmental agency. उनके बेसिस पे ये काम कर रहा है, बट दिस इज एन प्राइवेट एंटिटी. क्या एजेएल को कोई टीडीएस डिडक्ट करना होगा? क्या एजेएल लाइबल टू डिडक्शन ऑफ टीडीएस? नो, देयर इज नो रिक्वायरमेंट टू डिडक्ट एनी टीडीएस बिकॉज दिस इज नॉट एन गवर्नमेंटल एजेंसी, गवर्नमेंटल अथॉरिटी, गवर्नमेंtal entity. The same is here. AGL is not covered under section 51(1)(d) and is not required to be registered as a deductor under GST held. Yes sir, what we had discussed. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी हैड डिस्कस्ड वन गवर्नमेंटल एजेंसी अनदर गवर्नमेंटल एंटिटी, दोनों ने मिलकर के एक प्राइवेट कंपनी बनाई, एंड फॉर दैट प्राइवेट कंपनी इज गोइंग टू डू दैट ऑटोमेशन प्रोसेस. इन दैट केस दैट प्राइवेट कंपनी इज नॉट टू बी योर लोकल अथॉरिटी. सेकंड पॉइंट, इफ एनी सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज इज टेकन देन जीएसटी शुड बी पेएबल ऑन दैट सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज. Third point, sir, if that buses is going to provide any advertisement services, in that case they need to pay GST on that. Or if they are going to take any advertisement, they are going to provide any advertisement services, they can charge GST on that. Then after we had discussed about the TDS provision, that the private company is liable for any TDS deduction. No, because he is not a the private company is not a local authority, local agency, governmental authority, governmental agency. So there is no liability of TDS deduction. That is what is the point. So these 4 points are really important, very much important. Okay, sir. Now, Kalyan Jewelers India Limited Triple AR Authority Tamil Nadu का case. In that particular case, time of supply of gift voucher gift card by applicant to consumer shall be date of issue of such vouchers. Suppose when we are going to buy certain gold items to Kalyan Jewelers, okay, Jodhpur में भी है Kalyan Jewelers. When we are going to that Kalyan Jewelers, in that case they are providing certain vouchers. और वो बोलते हैं you should take this voucher and when you are coming for the next shopping, in that case we are going to provide you a discount of 1000 rupees. So the discount is known at the time of supply. So in case of voucher, if the supply is identified at the time of first supply, that is at the time of your first supply, so in that case the time of supply will be the issue date of voucher. And if the date is if the item is not identified, if the value is not identified, in that case redemption date. So in that case value is identified, so here your time of supply will be the date of issue of such a voucher. Is that okay, sir? Sir, we are going to conclude the session around 4:15. So can we I'm not going to take any type of tea break. Is that okay? And if you want a small break, then please tell me so I can take a break for 5 minutes. Although we are going to conclude the session around 4:15 because I have one important work around 4:30. So can we continue the session because I want to cover each and every judgment at all. Rest is completely depend on you. If you want a tea break, then we are ready to do. Sir, please comment in the chat box. Can you need a break for 5 minutes? Or can we continue the same? Next, double AR authority Gujarat. This case is pronounced by double AR authority Gujarat. आप तो यार घर पे ही होंगे, आप तो टी मंगवा सकते हैं और ले सकते हैं टी ब्रेक. You can take tea. There is no issue with that. So double AR authority Gujarat. Now, what is the matter? Time of supply, mobilization advance. Advance ruling is sought on time of supply in respect of mobilization advance received by applicant for construction services provided. That means, suppose I am a construction contractor. Sir, for refreshing your mind, I am not going to read the languages for 5 to 7 case studies. I am going to take the examples, and through that example, I am going to explain the case studies. And wherever I require that the language of law is required, I am going to read the language. Okay, sir? In that particular case, suppose I am a construction contractor. Okay, I am a construction contractor and I am going to provide the construction services. And on account of that construction services, if I am getting any advance amount, in that case, whether GST should be charged or not. Question is that here, question is that time of supply. That means, अगर आपका time of supply decide हो गया, if you have decided the time of supply, in that case, GST should be charged. So I can directly say that on advances in case of construction services, GST should be charged or not. This is the question. So in that case, I am going to take the advances on account of services and there is a GST on advances on account of services. That means when I am going to take the advances on account of construction services at the time of taking that advances, the time should be treated as my time of supply and GST should be charged accordingly. Okay, so GST time of supply cannot be deferred to the date of invoice. When you get the advance payment at the time, you need to take the you need to pay the GST. The same should be considered as your time of supply. Is that okay, sir? Double AR authority decision, very much important. Now, double AR authority Kerala. There are three questions are pending, and in these three questions, what is there? We are going to read. Applicant, real estate developer having exercised its option for continuing with payment of tax at old rates in respect of ongoing project of construction of residential apartment should pay GST at the rate of 18% since project is not covered under any scheme specified under item IE of notification number 3/11/2000. Applicant is not eligible for concessional rate of tax at the rate of 12%. We all know that notification number 11/2017 के through government has come up with certain exemption notification. In that particular notification, government has prescribed certain activities, and on if your services is covered under those activities, in that case you are eligible for a concessional rate of tax, that is 12%. But in that particular case, Galaxy Homes Private Limited, what will be the situation they had put in front of the departmental authority in that case? वो ongoing project था और the same is not covered under the notification, that is concessional rate notification. In that case, hence 12% GST rate should not be charged, on that 18% GST rate should be charged. I will share the notification number 11/2017 by today evening, or you can also download the same from the CBIC website. This is my suggestion to you. Don't depend on anyone. You just need to go to the CBIC website once in a week and download the notifications from that website. This is a very useful work for you, because when you are going to read the language of notification, you will get another level of experience. Okay, sir. So now first point is clear in your mind most probably, that if the services is covered under the concessional rate notification, in that case concessional rate, and if the activity is not covered under the concessional rate, in that case rate will be the normal rate, that is 18%. Next question. Where applicant is providing construction of residential apartment services along with sale of an undivided share of land arriving at taxable value of supply, applicant will be eligible to avail reduction of one-third of total amount charged for the supply. In that particular case, the question is related to value of supply. Applicant is going to sell the residential apartment. In that particular case, what will be the value of supply? So there is no any mechanism is available. In that case, the total value less one third, because one third should be treated as your value of land, and the balance two third will be treated as your value of supply of that particular apartment, and GST should be charged on that supply at the rate of 18%. That is what is the question in this point. Provision of Section 13 of CGST Act will apply to determination of time of supply of construction of residential apartment services. Suppose you are, I am in a business of residential apartment services. Okay, in that case, if I am getting any advances, in that case time of supply as per Section 13 of CGST Act, तो उस advance के time पे मेरा time of supply हो जाएगा. बट एट द टाइम ऑफ कंप्लीशन सर्टिफिकेट जब आ जाता है, अगर उस टाइम को काटे तो दैट टाइम विल बी ट्रीटेड एज माय टाइम ऑफ सप्लाई. और पूरा का पूरा कंप्लीट होने के बाद after completion certificate, I am going to sell that particular apartment. In that case, there is no GST. Okay, sir. Determination of value of supply, you need to take care of Section 13 of CGST Act in case of residential apartment. So फर्स्ट पॉइंट वी हैड डिस्कस्ड ऑन द लैंड पार्ट कैसे डिवाइड करेंगे. ओके सर. ना सेकंड, डबल एआर अथॉरिटी उत्तराखंड. Extraction and collection of resin and transporting same to go down are in nature of composite supply, and entire transaction is liable to 5% GST as applicable to resin. However, transportation of resin from go down by selected transporter is separate service and liable to be separate rate of GST. In that particular case, suppose I am a supplier, I am owner of a business of resin, okay, and I am going to provide that particular supply, and also with that supply, I am going to provide the transportation services also. So in that case, transportation services is the my ancillary supply, and Principal supply is my product. So in that case, the same should be treated as your composite supply, and GST should be charged at the rate of 5%, that is at the rate of resin. Is that okay, sir? So when you are going to provide the bulk supply, one is your principal supply, another is your ancillary supply. In that case, the same should be treated as your composite supply and GST should be charged accordingly. Now, registration of a permit holder is required only where turnover exceeded threshold limit in section 22. Okay, sir. So question was that then when the registration is required. So in that particular case, when your turnover exceeded by 20 lakh rupees or 40 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees, because the registration requirement is state specific. When your turnover cross the specified limit, in that case you need to take the registration. If your turnover is under the limit, in that case there is no requirement to take the registration. Time of supply in case of supply of goods being resin extracted from the forest in time of issue of invoice, that is time of final sale through open auction. क्या होता है, you are going to getting the resin from the forest, okay, and you are getting it multiple time and storing it into the warehouse, and you are selling it via auction. In that case, auction ke through, when you are going to sell, when you are going to sell that resin at the time of final auction, at that time the same should be treated as your supply and you need to pay the taxes and GST should be charged. हम लोगों ने देखा भी है कि जब कोई चीज लॉट के अंदर आती है, व्हेन जीएसटी शुड बी चार्ज एट द टाइम ऑफ लास्ट लॉट और लास्ट इंस्टॉलमेंट। यहाँ पर रेसिन फॉरेस्ट से आता जा रहा है, वेयर हाउस में स्टोर हो रहा है, जब उसका फाइनल ऑक्शन हो जाएगा, एट दैट टाइम वी नीड टू चार्ज द जीएसटी ऑन दैट पर्टिकुलर प्रोडक्ट। Incidental expense such as loading, unloading, etc. form part of taxable value of supply of forest produce. Okay, sir. Suppose in that particular forest produce, for buying that and selling that, you need to make certain expenditure like loading and unloading, and all that expenditure should be the part of your incidental expenditure and you need to charge GST on that incidental expenditures. Forest Department, governmental bodies required to DDS at the rate of 2% while making payment in term of Section 51 where supply under contract exceed 2.5 lakh. That means the question was that there is a requirement of TDS deduction. So we can say that the Forest Department is a governmental body, and when the value is about 2.5 lakh, in that case TDS should be deducted. So sir, a very important case study. AAR authority Uttarakhand has pronounced regarding the resin which is generated from the forest. So first part is that resin plus transportation expenses. In that case, your product is your principal supply and GST should be charged at the rate of your principal supply. Second point is that when your turnover is below the specified limit, that is 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh, in that case, there is no requirement of GST. Third point, when we need to charge GST, suppose you are taking that particular product from the forest multiple time and you are going to store the same in warehouse, and when you are going to do the final auction of that product, at the time of final auction you need to charge the GST. Then after, what about loading unloading expenditure? So you need to add that expenditure in the transaction value and GST should be charged on that. There is requirement of TDS deduction. Yes sir, there is requirement of TDS deduction because the forest department is a governmental body, or when governmental body is providing any sales, in that case, if the contract value is exceeded by 2.5 lakh rupees, in that case TDS at the rate of 2% should be deducted. That is what is the pronouncement which is pronounced by AAR authority Uttarakhand. Sir, you got my point? Sir, once confirm in the chat box that you got my points. Everything is okay. Approx 60 केस स्टडीज हम लोगों ने डिस्कस की है. So all the case studies are okay for you, understandable, and you are understand all the things. AAR authority Karnataka. Decision is pronounced by AAR authority Karnataka. Supply of standard intermediate cars to metro rail along with installation, training, supply of spare etc is a composite supply where supply of intermediate car is a principal supply. There are and supply to metro rail of cars. Okay, and with that car, if someone is going to provide the spare parts or the training part of that car, in that case the same should be treated as your value of supply. The same should be added in the value of supply. That means if metro rail is demanded certain specific type of cars, okay, and I am the supplier of the car, and with that car I am going to supply the spare part with that car, also the training and installation of that car. In that case the same should be treated as the value of supply and should be part of the value. Okay, and GST should be charged on that. The same should be pronounced by the double AR authority, Karnataka, under Bharat Earth Movers Limited. In case of contract involved continuous supply of goods or services with payment based on milestones achieved, time of supply is the date of issuance of invoice. Sir, we all know that in case of continuous supply of services, we all know that in case of continuous supply of services, when I am going to making the continuous supply, in that case the time of supply will be the date of generation of invoice, okay, or date of generation of monthly statement. So in that case your invoice will be the date of your time of supply. Okay sir, so we need to link the case study from the provisions of law that the departmental authorities are going to pronounce the decisions as per the provisions of law or not, when we are getting the points. इनिशियल 50 केस स्टडीज में हम लोगों ने प्रॉपर लैंग्वेज पढ़ी, अब हम सीधा खाली पॉइंट डिस्कस कर रहे हैं और उसके अंदर जाकर के मैं आपको एग्जांपल से भी समझा रहा हूं. आई एम गोइंग टू एक्सप्लेन द थिंग्स थ्रू एग्जांपल. यू आर गेटिंग द पॉइंट्स दैट we know the provisions and the implication, the practical implications of the provisions is here. So this will help a lot. There can be multiple supply within the same contract if parties intend to treat them as a different supply. Sir, suppose there is a one contract, okay, between the metro and me, that Mr. Sachin Jain, you need to provide the supply of very specific cars and the very specific equipments to us. ओके, एंड उन्होंने एक लिस्ट डिजाइन कर दी कि ये प्रोडक्ट्स आपको प्रोवाइड करने हैं, सेम शुड बी कवर्ड अंडर द in this particular one contract. In that case I can provide multiple supply through that one contract itself. That means the completely depend on the language of that particular contract. There is no effect of anything else. So that means यहाँ पर हम लोगों ने क्या डिस्कस किया, when I am going to provide the car, with that car if I am going to installation, spare parts and training की services provide करवा रहा हूँ, in that case the same should be the value of supply and GST should be charged on that. Sir, if I am going to provide the continuous supply, because metro is a big organization, or if I am going to make the continuous supply, in that case the value the time of supply will be the date of issuance of invoice. Or if there is a multiple supply and only one contract, in that case if all the clauses are included in that contract, in that case that one contract is also sufficient. There is no requirement of any other contract. That is what is the things which we had discussed. Is that okay sir? Now double A authority Telangana, there are one more case studies there. Double A authority Telangana, transfer of development rights by landowner to real estate developer is treated as consideration for supply of construction services provided by developer, and developer is required to pay GST on the same. That means I am going to provide my land to real estate developer. Okay, you should develop that particular land. Okay, and I am not going to pay you any amount. I am going to pay you a part of that land. In that particular case, can GST should be paid by that developer? Suppose I have a land of 5 biga. Okay, in that case 5 acre, and from that 5 acre I want to develop that particular land. So I have I am going to Mr. X who is a developer. मैंने उसको बोला you should develop that land and I am going to pay 1 acre land for that particular purpose. In that case, what will be the development charges for which on which the developer has to pay the GST, or in that case developer is not going to pay the GST. So in that case, developer has to decide the value of the service provided by him as per the schedule 1 of CGST Act, and accordingly he has to pay the GST. Okay, so in that case required to pay the GST. Real estate developer is liable to pay GST on development right transferred to him at the time of transfer of possession or right in constructed complex or constructed flat, not at the time of receipt of development rights. Question decided हो गया कि he needs to pay the GST. But when he needs to the GST, what will be the time of supply in that particular case? Suppose I am going to a developer that I have a land and you need to develop that particular land, and I am going to give a part of that particular land. In that case, GST is to be paid by the developer. It has already been decided. Now, question is that when developer has to pay the GST. In that case, जिस दिन मैंने उसको ये right दे दिया, suppose today I am going to give him a right that this right is in your hand and you need to develop that right, on that time that date he is to pay the GST? No, because अगर ऐसा हो जाए तो डेवलपमेंट में 1 साल लगेगा, 2 साल लगेगा, तो पहले कैसे जीएसटी पे करेगा? हाउ ही कैन पे द जीएसटी? सो फॉर दैट पर्पजेज यहाँ पर उसको आज जीएसटी पे करने की रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है। जिस दिन उसके पास में पोजीशन आ जाएगा, मैंने बोला ना, इफ यू आर गोइंग टू डेवलप दैट लैंड, इन दैट केस आई एम गोइंग टू गिव यू 1 एकड़ लैंड। सो इन दैट केस जिस दिन उसके पास में पोजीशन आ जाएगा, व्हेन आई एम गोइंग टू प्रोवाइड पोजीशन टू दैट पर्सन, दैट टाइम शुड बी ट्रीटेड एज टाइम ऑफ सप्लाई एंड जीएसटी शुड बी चार्ज। और when he has constructed the complex or the constructed the flats, at that time should be treated as the time of supply and GST should be charged accordingly. Is that okay, sir? So this is the case study, very much relevant to the development rights. What will happen, what is the value in case of development rights, and what is the time of supply? These two factors in this one case study, that is double AR authority Tamil Nadu, Telangana, sorry. Now, next case study is related to double AR authority Madhya Pradesh. Upfront payment made for mining lease is a nature of advance and not deposit, and GST is payable on the date of allotment of mines. Sir, no, he has to pay the GST on the development charges, and charges should be decided as per the valuation rules. Okay, not on 5 acre, not on 1 acre. This is on the development charges. There is no GST in case of land. There is GST on the development charges because he has done the work of development, and on that, for that development he is getting a part of land. If suppose I am going to that particular developer and I am going to pay him around 5 lakh rupees for development of my 5 acre land. In that case, 5 lakh will be the value of supply for that person, and he need to pay the GST on that 5 lakh rupees. But in that particular case, I am not going to pay any amount to him. I am just going to give him 1 acre land for the development. So in that case, we need to decide the value as per the valuation rules on the development right charges only, not on the 5 acre land, not on the 1 acre land. Now, in case of mining, suppose I want to take one land on a lease for mining. In that case, I need to pay certain mining advances. Okay, I need to pay certain mining advances. In that case, GST will be payable on that upfront amount or not? Question is that. Sir, माइनिंग के लिए अगर मैं कोई एडवांसेस दे रहा हूं, इफ आई एम गोइंग टू पे एनी एडवांसेस ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ माइनिंग, इन दैट केस दैट अमाउंट विल नॉट बी रिफंडेबल. When I am saying that the amount is not refundable, that means the amount is not in nature of deposit. That means the same should be treated as advances on account of mining, and GST should be paid on that upfront payment. Okay, sir. So that is the situation. Upfront payment पे यहाँ पर GST पे करना पड़ेगा. The situation is GST is payable on the upfront amount from date of allotment of mining. Is that okay, sir? If there is any upfront payment and upfront payment is not refundable, suppose if there is any clause in the agreement that the upfront amount is refundable to the entity, in that case there is no GST because the same is in nature of deposit. But if I am saying that the upfront amount is not refundable, in that case the same should be payable on GST. एज अ डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी, अगर मैं डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से बात करूं, व्हेन आई नीड टू डिसाइड समथिंग वी जस्ट नीड टू कलेक्ट द डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट, ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ एग्रीमेंट, ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ ग्राउंड्स वी नीड टू डिसाइड द केस. मल्टीपल टाइम क्या होता है, हम लोग केवल डिसाइड कर लेते हैं, वी आर गोइंग टू डिसाइड द सिचुएशन ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ द कन्वर्सेशन विद द पार्टी. वी शुड नॉट डू दिस. We should do this, the decide the situation, decide the circumstances on the basis of facts. Okay, sir. Next, double AR authority Karnataka. Case related to double AR authority Karnataka, where applicant companies engaged in manufacture and supply of standard cars along with installation. This is an another point. Same case study we had discussed, but this is in a similar case study. Here is point is different. Installation, commissioning of car supplied including training, supervision, maintenance, supply of spare, preparation of manuals, etc. Supplied made by applicant form or composite supply and time of supply of goods is issuance of invoice in instant case. This question we had already covered. Metro rail wala case, if you know the fact. If I am going to provide my car to the metro rail, in that case, continuous supply here, date of invoice will be my time of supply, and all the expenditure, training, supervision, maintenance is my value of supply, part of my value of supply, that will be my transaction value. Now second point, where applicant raised issue if activity of manufacturer and supply along with maintenance and installation of immediate car is considered as composite supply, with principal supply being immediate car, and then would applicant be eligible to claim refund of excess tax payment made by it. This query is outside the scope of section 97 subsection 2. Suppose आपने उसको composite supply treat कर लिया, you are treated the same as a composite supply. In that case, what will be the implication of refund of excess tax payment? So in that case, this is not covered under the jurisdiction of double AR authority. That means double AR authority is not going to decide this case. Hence, you need to double AR authority is not going to take consideration on this particular point. Okay, sir. Now, पेस्को मोटर एलएलपी डबल एआर अथॉरिटी हरियाणा का यहाँ पर डिसीजन है. द डिसीजन इज प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय डबल एआर अथॉरिटी हरियाणा. इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट इन गुड्स इज ओनली अवेलेबल व्हेन रिसिपिएंट हैज रिसीव्ड द गुड्स एज पर 16 subsection 2 sub clauses number A, B, C, D. We had discussed on that. That means merely having the invoice is not the proof that you are eligible to claim the input tax credit. You must receive the goods, and if you receive the goods, in that case, you will be eligible to claim the input tax credit. If you have not received the goods, you are not eligible to claim the input tax credit. And how you are going to decide that the goods has received or not? Month end की 2-3 दिन की एंट्रीज हम लोग देख लेंगे कि is that possible कि उस महीने में 30th को अगर कोई गुड्स मैंने बॉट किया, 30th की इनवॉइस है और वो उसी मंथ में रिसीव हो गया हो, इज दैट पॉसिबल? वी नीड टू चेक द सेम एंड वी गॉट द आइडिया. ओके सर. सो द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन is there. Liability to pay tax shall arise on the basis of time of supply, and in case of invoice has been issued by supplier, date of issue of invoice is date of supply. Sir, we know very well that in case of goods there is no tax on supply of, there is no tax on advances. Okay, that means in that particular case there is a supply of services, or in case of supply of goods, that the date of issue of invoice will be your time of supply. When you are going to issue the invoice, that time will be treated as your value of supply. That is time of supply. Is that okay, sir? Pesco Motors LLP double AR हरियाणा अथॉरिटी के अंदर we had discussed on 2 point. First point is when you got the goods, when you receive the goods, at that time you are eligible to claim the input tax credit. Second point, in case of goods, what will be the time of supply? So in that case, Rate of issue of invoice will be your time of supply. When you are going to issue the invoice, at that time will be treated as your issue of time of supply. Is that okay, sir? Now, next case study. Double AR Authority, Karnataka. Supply of pre-developed, pre-designed software by way of license to use software made available through use of encryption keys is a supply of goods. Sir, I am a software designer. I am a software developer. मुझे नहीं आता software development. Just fictitious situation that I am a software designer and I am going to completely design that particular software with encryption keys. I am going to sell that particular software. In that case, the same should not be treated as supply of services. The same should be treated as your supply of goods. That means when I am going to pre-designed, pre-packed, pre-developed software is there and I am going to sell the same should be treated as supply of goods. This question was there that any pre-designed software supplied by a particular person is considered as a supply of goods or supply of services. In that case, we can say the same should be treated as your supply of goods, not as a supply of services. Next question. Supply of software license attract 5% GST when it is made to public funded research institution. Institute has also furnished certificates to supplier at the time of supply. So what will be the rate of tax? So in case of supply of software, rate of GST will be 5%. In case of supply of software, rate of GST will be 5%. In case of supply of software, rate of GST will be 5%. Okay, sir. Double AR Authority, Karnataka. So, in our today's session, we had discussed around 65 case studies, landmarking judgments under GST. Initially, we had discussed the word by word language of the case study for better understanding for analytical purposes. I hope that you got each and everything which we had discussed. You got the understanding of the provisions of law. You got the understanding of 65 important case studies under GST. You got the analytical skills in your mind. So for today's, I am going to sign off. Tomorrow morning, sharp 11 a.m. We are going to start the session. Don't take any botheration. If we had not covered the same in our tomorrow session, complete 200, then I will arrange one more session for 1.5 hour or 2 hours. Complete the same. We are not going to remain any case study, but point is that we need to understand each and every point related to the case study. Okay, sir. So होपफुली ये 65 केस स्टडीज आपको समझ आ गई होगी. आई एम वेटिंग फॉर योर रिप्लाईज इन द chat box so that it will be more useful for me. And also one request to you that please comment your feedback in that WhatsApp group, and if you want a discussion on a specific case study, then comment the same in the WhatsApp group so that we can take the case study in our tomorrow's session. Okay, and also provide your feedback in the WhatsApp group so that जिन बंदों ने आज ज्वाइन नहीं किया, they can also join in our tomorrow's session. Okay, so thanks for today. Thanks for patience learning. I hope you all have enjoyed the session. So if possible, please provide your feedback in the WhatsApp group. If you have any query regarding our today's session, you can ask the same in the WhatsApp group. There is no issue with that. And if you want discussion on a very specific case study, you are free to raise your questions on the WhatsApp group also. So thank you and stay connected.